Hello everybody, my name is Zura and welcome to my PHP course. This course is for absolute beginners. The only prerequisite for this course is HTML. In this course, we're going to learn all the basic things PHP developer needs. We're going to learn how to set up working environment, how to work with variables, loops, how to write if-else statements, how to write functions, how to work with dates, file system, how to work with sessions and cookies, and many other minor things. But more importantly, we're going to build a product CRUD application, and we're going to build that application 3 times. First, we're going to build like a very beginner would build, and we basically don't pay attention how well we write the code. So we will have code repetition and very unoptimal code. But the main thing is to build that application which will be working, and we're going to achieve that goal. And we're going to also learn a lot of things by making our mistakes and then fixing these mistakes. After this, we're going to change our code and make it more optimal. We're going to create reusable files, reusable piece of code, and then the second version will be much better than the previous one. And while building this product CRUD application, we're going to learn how to validate the form, how to work with file system, how to upload files, how to work with MySQL database. After this, we're going to learn modern tools like namespaces, autoloading, and composer. And using that tools, we're going to build a custom mini MVC framework. Yes, we're going to have controllers, models, and views, and based on that mini MVC framework, we're going to rebuild the product CRUD application 3rd time. But in this case, the approach how we build will be completely different, and when we compare the latest version of that product CRUD application to the previous one, we're going to understand how much difference is there and how well you can write code in PHP. If you don't know me, I'm the Codeholic and I run my own YouTube channel where I upload videos about web development, coding tutorials and challenges. All the source code which I write in this video is available on my GitHub, and you can find the link in the video description. Before I start, I want to say huge thanks to Brad Traversy for 2 main reasons: inspiring me in many things and having me on his channel. When I started my own YouTube channel 2 years ago, I could not even dream about creating content for Traversy Media, but today I'm here and I'm probably the happiest man. If you find that video useful, hit the like button. If you're new to Traversy Media, hit the subscribe and the bell notification button, and let's start. First of all, let's have a look at the course plan. It's going to be several hours course, so we need some plan. So first of all, I'm going to explain what is PHP and why we should learn it. Then we're going to download and set up working environment. We're going to write hello world. We're going to learn after that how to write comments, how to declare variables, and what data types exist in PHP. After that, we're going to learn some numbers and string functions, how to declare numbers, how to declare strings, and a couple of functions working with that. Then we're going to learn how to work with arrays. After that, we're going to write some conditionals and see how we can declare conditionals in PHP. After that, we're going to go to loops, functions, including files in PHP to include one file into another. After that, we're going to see how to work with file system, how to create directories, delete directories, how to create and write inside the files. After that, we're going to have a look at the object-oriented programming in PHP. It's not going to be a full course about object-oriented programming, but it will be a good starting point if you are new to object-oriented programming. So after that, we're going to have a look at the CURL. CURL is absolutely necessary tool for every developer to communicate to other resources through the internet, so we're going to learn this. After this, we're going to have a project. So that's going to be several hours project. It's not going to be a simple thing. So we're going to set up a product CRUD application. So first of all, we're going to create that CRUD application with the easiest possible way, just like any beginner would do. So we're going to make some mistakes, we're going to write unoptimal code, we're going to have code repetitions, and so on. But then we're going to rewrite our code and make it even better. And finally, when we learn namespaces and autoloading and composer in this course, we're going to come up to our custom routing, and we're going to create a mini MVC framework and rewrite our product CRUD application based on that framework, and we can see how much difference is in the code, how structured the code can be when you come up to such structure like the MVC, for example, with custom routing and so on. So basically we're going to have three versions of that product CRUD application. Bad version, where will be a lot of code duplications and things like that, then the better version, improved one, and the good one, which will be based on that custom routing and composer. Okay, during this project we're going to learn how to validate the forms, how to upload files, and more importantly how to work with MySQL. So, and finally we're going to have a look at the sessions and cookies. So how we're going to set the cookies, sessions, and what are in general purpose of sessions and cookies. Okay, let's start. And before we start, actually, we need to have a look at the prerequisites. So the only required prerequisite is HTML. So you need to have a decent knowledge of HTML to take the course. Basic knowledge of programming is kind of optional. If you know how to write loop, how to write an if statement, that will be good. It will help you a lot. But if you don't know, I'm going to explain these things also. And CSS, it's kind of optional as well. So if you know HTML, probably you have some experience with CSS as well. But I'm not going to write much CSS actually in this course. So it will be more focused on HTML and PHP. Okay, let's start with the main question. What is PHP? PHP is an open source general purpose scripting language. It is a recursive acronym, so the first P stands for PHP itself, H stands for hypertext, and the P stands for preprocessor. It's a server-side scripting language, as I mentioned, and it's best suited for web development. So it's very easy. It can be embedded into HTML and it's interpreted language. So let's have a look at the reasons why we need to learn PHP. It's multi-purpose scripting language, meaning that we can build simple websites on PHP as well as some complex ones, some CRM systems, some e-commerce systems, REST APIs. We can even use PHP for building some image, video, and audio manipulation software. So it works fine with almost all databases, including non-relational databases as well. It's very easy to set up, very easy to learn. It has a very large community, and on PHP there is written a lot of very popular CMSs and frameworks. Like the WordPress, for example, which is written on PHP, is the most popular CMS in the world out there. So there are many other popular CMSs on PHP, such as Magento, Drupal, OpenCart. Some of them are e-commerce systems, some of them are CMSs, some of them are both at the same time. PHP frameworks. So Laravel itself is the most popular backend framework among all other backend frameworks out there, even if it's Django or Node.js frameworks. So Laravel dominates in terms of number of GitHub stars. So it's very, very popular one and very well written one. So there are many other popular frameworks on PHP like Symfony, CodeIgniter, E2 framework. All of them are absolutely great. And one last but not the least reason why you might need to learn PHP, why you should learn, is that there is quite high demand on job market regarding PHP. Okay, so we should also mention that PHP is not probably the best language for building real-time chat applications and artificial intelligence and machine learning. So probably Node.js will be the best one for building some real-time applications like chat, for example, and Python would be probably the best one, not probably, but it's the best one out there, #1 language for artificial intelligence and machine learning applications. That's all about slides. Now let's open fresh installed Windows 10 and set up working environment there. So here I have fresh new installed Windows 10. I just installed Google Chrome, nothing else. And we need to download necessary software and install it on our operating system. For this course, I'm gonna use PHP Storm for code editing. So I really recommend PHP Storm, but the only disadvantage of the PHP Storm is that it's not free, you have to pay for it. As a free solution, I suggest Visual Studio Code. But I'm gonna download both of them, set up both of them so that you know I don't know which one you prefer, so that you have a guide for both of them. So first of all, just type PHP Storm and open the download link and click on that download button for your operating system. I have already that downloaded, so I'm not going to click that button. So then let's open VS Code, go to the download section, and download for your operating system. So just click that button if you are a Windows user. And then we need to download XAMPP. What is XAMPP? XAMPP is a package which contains Apache, MySQL, PHP, and a couple of other things. We only need Apache, MySQL, and PHP in this course. So we have to download that. Let's download the latest version, which includes PHP 7.4 right here. So I'm going to click download button and it will download the XAMPP. So I also have that downloaded, so I'm not going to click actually, but you have to download for your operating system. Down below we have the for Linux, XAMPP for Linux, and we also have for Mac OS. So just download for your OS. Right here I have the downloaded XAMPP PHP Storm in VS Code, and let's go ahead and install XAMPP first. So XAMPP, as I mentioned, is a package that contains Apache, MySQL, and PHP. Apache is a web server which is necessary to process PHP files and send output to the browser. We have to untick a couple of things right here on this screen. So I'm going to untick Tomcat, Mercury, FileZilla, Webalizer, and Fake SendMail. I'm going to leave all the other things. PHP-MyAdmin is a web-based client to interact with MySQL, and we will need this later in this course. So I'm going to click Next, install in the default location, untick the checkbox, Next, and that's it. So let's install now PHP Storm. So the installation process is very simple. We just need to double click and follow the wizard. So right here we have it. So next. Right here I'm going to tick the 64-bit launcher. I'm going to add open folder as project, which will add in the Windows context menu. And basically I'm going to leave everything else right here. Click the next, install, and let's also install Visual Studio Code. So double click on that. So I accept, next. Right here I'm going to create the desktop icon, tick that checkboxes, and tick that one as well, and here we have it. Okay, VS Code is very lightweight, open source code editor. You probably know about that, and its installation process will be very fast. And as a choice of editor, I really encourage you to use PHP Storm if you do have enough money to purchase that. It's very intelligent IDE, very clever one, and very complex and flexible. As for the free choice, VS Code is quite good. So we can use VS Code. Just you have to install a couple of extensions to make it good enough to work in VS Code. So I'm going to show you as well which extensions. One extension basically which covers most of the things is necessary to install in VS Code. So let's wait until the installation is done and then we can continue. So here VS Code is already installed. Let's click the finish. That opens up the VS Code, and we have to install a couple of extensions. So right here, let's go to the extensions, and I'm going to search for PHP IntelliFence. Okay, we need that extension, PHP IntelliFence, which has 2.2 million downloads. That is extension which gives you most of the features you need in PHP, like the auto-completion and code formatting and so on. So just click the install button and it's going to be installed. So I'm just going to work in VS Code, so I'm just going to close that and wait until the PHP Storm is done. So it's done right here. I'm going to click the Run PHP Storm, click the Finish, and configure that. The XAMPP is also almost finished. So here, both of them finished the installation. So let's first open PHP Storm. I'm not going to import anything, click OK. So I'm going to choose the Darkula theme and skip remaining and set defaults. So I'm going to evaluate this for free, which is 30-day free trial. So just click evaluate. I do have an educational license, which generally I use, but I'm just going to supply it right here. Okay, and here we have, this is the PHP store. So I'm going to close this right now and open later when we download the source code files on which we need to work. And let's focus on the XAMPP installation. So this is actually done and finished. So I'm gonna start the control panel right here. And here we have. So we have a couple of services right here, but Apache and MySQL are the only services which have that start button enabled. So if I just click the start button, this will start the Apache service running on port 80 and 443. Both of the ports are necessary. Sometimes there are problems about these ports, and if you have that problem, you just need to have a look at the log right here. Probably it will write some red text that it couldn't start, and then you need to Google, find out. It can happen because of multiple reasons, so there's no single answer on that. Okay, and let's start MySQL as well. Okay, and the MySQL starts on port 3306. Now let's open browser, and in the browser we're going to test if the installation of Apache is running. So I'm going to type localhost in the browser, hit the enter, and if we see welcome to XAMPP page, this is all what we need. So we have Apache installed successfully and it can process PHP files. Let's also check if MySQL is running. So I'm going to type localhost/phpMyAdmin, hit the enter, and we should be able to see the web-based client application to interact with MySQL. So here we have it. Now we need to make PHP command available from command prompt. So if we just open right now command prompt and type there php-v, this prints PHP is not recognized as an internal or external command. Okay, to make this working, we need to open the XAMPP installation folder, go to the PHP folder, and this is the folder basically which contains the PHP executable file. So if we scroll down right here, we see php.exe. Okay, so we need to copy the following path and go to this PC, right click and properties, go to advanced system settings, environment variables, click on path and edit, and right here we need to add that PHP executable path. Okay, I'm gonna paste this C drive XAMPP PHP and click OK. And right here we need to also click OK, just the window is behind the taskbar, so I'm gonna click that using keyboard. OK, click OK right here, close that, and let's just open right now command prompt, and if we type php-v, this prints PHP 7.4. So we will need that PHP command to be available, and we're going to use that later in this course. I'm going to also show you how you can make your XAMPP services, Apache and MySQL services, run as services. Okay, so let's go to the XAMPP installation again. Scroll down and find XAMPP control access. So right now I'm gonna close that. Actually, I'm gonna stop these, both of them, and close the control panel, and I'm gonna open the XAMPP control using right click and run as administrator. Okay, we have to agree on this. And now it shows that red X is next to Apache and MySQL. Okay, because we run this as an administrator, we have possibility to enable the services and just click on them. Okay, and the service is basically installed. And if we go to the config and tick the checkboxes right now, Apache and MySQL, and click save. So this basically means that whenever we restart our machine, Apache and MySQL will be automatically started. Okay, so now I can start them back, just we had it before, and here we have it. Now we need to download the source files which we need to work on. So let's go to the following link, github.com the codeholic / PHP crash course 2020. So that is the repository which we have to download. On the master branch we have the initial files which we need to download and follow, and if you want to see the final files you can find these in the final version right here. So I'm going to click that code button and download zip right here. So I'm going to open that, and I'm going to actually move these in a specific folder. So let's go to the C drive, examp, where our examples installed, and htdocs. Okay, and I'm going to paste these right here. So this htdocs folder corresponds to localhost in the browser. So let's type localhost right here once again. And the localhost basically corresponds to the htdocs folder. So I'm going to extract these right now, right here. And I'm going to also, just close this. I'm going to also rename this and remove that master. Okay, open that. And there's one more nesting level. So I'm going to basically take out everything and put it right here and delete that master empty folder. Now, if I type PHP crash course 2020 in the browser next to the localhost right here, so let's do this, we will see all the files which are inside that PHP crash course 2020. Okay, these are all the files, and from now on, if we open one of the PHP files from here, this will be processed by Apache and it will give us output in the browser. Okay, so now let's open that folder using the PHP Storm and start writing hello world. So open folders, PHP Storm. Let's wait a couple of seconds. I'm going to actually minimize this. Let's move this on the right side. I cannot move this on the right side for some reason. So PHP Storm compared to VS Code is a little bit heavier. So if you don't have very good working machine, the VS Code will probably be better in terms of performance. If you have a good machine, good PC, then the difference between the VS Code and the PHP Storm in terms of performance is not that big. Okay, so I'm running this in a VirtualBox, so that's why it's working slightly slow. Let's open this, and here we have it. So on the right side we have the browser, on the left side we have the PHP Storm with all the source files we need. Okay, now let's start introducing syntax of PHP. Okay, let's write hello world in PHP. First of all, you probably noticed that my PHP Storm design is slightly different from yours. That's because I have just installed theme. Okay, let's open syntax HTML on the left side in the PHP Storm, and we need to open the following file in the browser as well, right here, which prints hello world. So in order to make the PHP working and inject and embed in our HTML file, we have to first change the extension from HTML into PHP. So when I do that and open that change the file in the browser, the output is the same. So HTML is displayed just like it was displaying before. So that's because PHP is embedded inside the HTML. And in PHP files, you can actually have only HTML and nothing else. But you change the extension and it gives you possibility to write PHP tags right here. Okay, so I'm going to write a PHP tag. Less than question mark PHP is the PHP opening tag, and question mark and greater than is PHP closing tag. In between those tags, now we can write PHP comments. For example, let's print hello world from PHP. Echo hello world and semicolon at the end. I save this, refresh in the browser, and it prints hello world. If we have a look in the page source, we don't see these PHP tags, we just see hello world. That's because Apache processes these PHP tags, evaluates the output, and sends that output to the browser. We can have as many statements inside these PHP tags as we want. For example, I can write hello world and PHP, save that, semicolon, refresh, and here we see hello world and PHP. So we can also have multiple PHP tags inside HTML. For example, just like this one. So echo hello from another tag. Okay, semicolon, refresh, and here we see. Just because we are just outputting these things, we see them on a single line. However, we can output also HTML tags. So right here, I'm going to write echo BR tag. So that will just output BR tag, and now we see this hello from another tag on a new line. And if we have a look in the page source, we see right here BR tag. Using this approach, we have possibility to output basically any tag. For example, button. Click me, just like this one, save, refresh, and here we see that button. Okay, let's move on and see how we can have comments, how we can declare comments in PHP. Okay, in PHP there are 3 ways to declare comments. So one comment, one way, let's say, we have basically 2 ways to declare single line comments and 1 way to declare multi-line comment. One way to declare single line comment is /. So, and that's single line comment, and that's common for almost all programming, mainstream programming languages like Python, maybe in Python, I don't remember exactly. In JavaScript, for example. So another single line comment is using hashtag single line, and the multi-line comment is / asterisk, and then asterisk and /. And in between we can write like multi-line comment, move on the next line. Right here we can move this down, also multi, another line, and so on. Okay, so these are multi-line comments. Okay, let's go ahead and see how we can declare variables in PHP. So I'm going to open the variables file, and I'm going to open that variables file in browser as well. So in general, what is a variable? Variable is pretty much the same in PHP as in any programming language. It is a container that stores some values. Okay, in PHP the variables basically don't have types. So PHP is loosely typed language, and whenever you declare a variable, you don't specify the type, and the variables have dynamic types which change the type based on the value whatever you assign to it. Okay, so in order to declare a variable, you need to use the $sign, and then the variable name. Variable must start with a letter, and after that, or underscore, and after that it can contain like digits as well. So for example, name would be a valid name of the variable. Name equals Zura, for example. Age equals to 28 and semicolon. So I just declared 2 variables. One is name, second is age, and I don't use any types for that. So let me remove that. I just wanted to show it to you something. So the name right now has a dynamically taken type based on the value, and the name has type of string. Age dynamically took a type of that value, and it's an integer. So in PHP there are several ways, several types. So here are the types in PHP. So string, integer, float, boolean, null, array, object, and resource. So now I'm going to declare 5 variables with different types right here. So name, age is male equals true, height equals 1.85, and salary equals null. Okay, so the first variable name is string, age is integer, is male is boolean, height is float or double, so it can also be double, and the salary is basically null. Okay, what to do if I want to print the variable? So I just use the echo statement, which prints something, and then use the name. So echo name, save that, refresh in the browser, and we see Zura right here. Okay, if I want to print another variable, echo age, for example, save that, and I see them next to each other. So basically, because we don't have any space between these two echo statements, they are next to each other. I'm going to use the BR statements. This just means concatenation. So right here, I'm going to use the dot sign to concatenate name and BR tag and print both of them at the same time. And right here, I see them on the next line. So I will do that BR a lot to just show a couple of things on the different lines. Okay, so I'm going to basically print all variables right here. Save that and refresh. Excuse me, so I copied something wrong from my second screen. So right here, okay, and refresh in the browser, and here we have all the output. But look at this, Ismail is true, but on the browser it prints 1, which basically means that whenever Boolean is converted into a string, and Boolean is converted into a string when we try to print that Boolean variable. So whenever it's converted into string, the true is converted into 1 and false is converted into an empty string. Okay, so if I change that Ismail into false, save and refresh in the browser, I don't see any output. Okay, because it's converted into an empty string. The salary is a null, and null is converted into an empty string as well when we try to print it on the screen. Okay, so let's print the type of these variables. For this, there's a special function getType. So I just type getType, give it a name, and refresh in the browser, and we see that it has a type of string. Okay, so for age, it will be integer, and so on. So let's see all of them. So I'm going to paste this right here. GetType for name, age, Ismail, height, and salary. Refresh, and we see all the different types. And the height is double, as I mentioned. It can be float or it can be double. They are basically the same. Okay. What if I want to print the whole variable? And that's very useful for debugging purposes to see what the variable contains. So I'm going to use var_dump, a function for that. Specify the variable and refresh in the browser, and right here we see that this variable is a string with a length of 4, and this is the variable. Okay, so this var_dump function is super useful when working with large variables like the arrays or the objects. So it prints out all the information you need. Okay, let's print age as well, and Ismail, and salary, and height. Okay, refresh, and right here we see this is the name, this is the age, this is the Ismail, which is Boolean true, the salary is null, and the height is float 1.85. Okay, now I'm going to change the name variable into false. We know that the name variable was Zura, it was a string. After that, if I try to print the type of the name variable, it prints Boolean. Okay, let me show you a couple of useful functions when working with variables. So for example, if I want to check a specific variable is a string or not, I will use isString and specify the variable name, and it will evaluate into true or false. In this case, because we changed the name variable and assigned false to it, this will evaluate into false. So the name is not string. So we have a couple of other variables, so I'm going to paste this right here. We have isInteger, age. In our case, age is definitely integer, so this will evaluate into true. IsBoolean, isDouble. We have a couple of others like isArray and so on. Okay. So if I want to check if the variable is declared or not, I'm going to use isSet function. Inside the isSet function, I will specify the variable name, and this will check if the variable is declared in the current scope or not, and evaluate into true or false. In this case, this will evaluate into true. If I try to call isSet on another variable like address, for example, which is not declared in the current scope, this will evaluate into false. Okay. Okay, let's talk about constants. So in PHP, constant basically is a variable. Whenever you assign something, you cannot actually change that. It's not actually a variable, it's a constant. Okay, in PHP, we have to use function define to define a constant. you have to specify the constant name, for example pi, and the constant value, for example 3.14. Okay, and the value basically can be number, it can be boolean, it can be string as well, and in latest versions it can even be arrays. Okay, how to print out the constant? So I'm going to use just pi without $sign. So this is how we access constants in PHP. So I just print pi with beer tag, refresh, and right here we see 3.14. There are a couple of other built-in constants in PHP which you can just use. So for example, sort ask, and which just corresponds to some number, and that's very often used for sort ascending. Okay, and another variable, another constant, excuse me, is I want to print is PHP int max. Okay, we just prints the maximum number the integer can have in PHP. So refresh in the browser, and right here I see the 4 for sort max constant, and the integer max number is just this. Okay, that's all about variables. Let's move on and talk about numbers. So I'm going to open a numbers PHP on the left side and numbers PHP on the right side as well. And let's start. Okay, so we know how to declare variables. So I'm going to right away declare a variable like a equals 5, b equals 4, and c equals 1.2. Okay, you can probably see that the a and b are integers and c is float. Okay, now I'm going to do an arithmetic operations on that numbers. So for example, I'm going to print out immediately a plus b, so which should print out 9, right? So we can have a look, 9. So we can actually have multiple arithmetic operations combined, like a plus b and plus c, and that will give us 10.2. So if I change that plus into multiplication, then it's obvious that first the multiplication is done and then the addition will happen. So we will get this 9.8. Okay, if I put this a plus b in a parenthesis, first the addition will happen and then the multiplication, and we will get the different answer. Okay, so basically all kind of arithmetic operations can be done in PHP, like the addition, subtraction. So I'm going to quickly copy and paste all these things. Okay, right here. Okay, and the % sign basically means a reminder. So the other things I think are very clear: multiplication, division, and the module sign means the remainder. So whenever a is divided on b, what's gonna be the remainder? Okay, and in our case the remainder will be just 1. Okay, right here. Okay, so if I just want to add a to b but save that information into back a, I will do just like this, right? A equals a plus b. But in PHP and in other programming languages as well, we can use assignment with math operators. Okay, what this does actually mean is that we can use plus equals b. A plus equals b means the exact same thing, a equals a plus b. And after that, I'm going to print out immediately a, for example. The a will be changed. Okay, so, and here we see that the a is now 9. Okay, we can do all basically this for all types. So I'm going to copy and paste this and comment the code, and right here we see that we can do the same thing. Just I'm going to comment out 1 and leave the others. So for example, on subtraction, we should see that a equals 1, refresh, and here we have it. Okay, on multiplication, a will become 20, and so on. I'm not going to basically explore all of them, just to save some time. Okay, so what about increment operator? So increment operator is plus plus operator, which means that to increase the value of the a by 1. Okay, there exist two types of increment operator: plus plus, a plus plus, and plus plus a. Okay, what are the difference? So whenever you use the variable a with some other operation like the print, for example, so when I use that a++ with echo, first the value of the a is taken and printed, and then a is increased by 1. Okay, however, if I use that ++ with echo, first the value of a is increased and then it's print out. So right here on the line 23, whenever we execute this, we should see that a value is 5, right? So we should see 5 printed. Okay, but the value will be increased by 1 and it will become 6. After that, on the line 24, the value of a is increased and it will become 7, and then it is print out. So we should see basically 5 on that line and 7 on that line. Save, refresh, and right here we see 57 basically, which means that this is the 5, this is the 7. So we can put right here br tag, and here we have. Okay, so in the same way we have decrement operator, so echo a minus minus with br and echo minus minus a. Okay, just like this. And we should see the vice versa, like the 7 and the 5. Let me put br here as well. Okay, perfect. There are a couple of functions to check if the variable is number. So for that we have is float, for example, and I'm going to specify, for example, 1.25, and that will evaluate into true that 1.25 is actually float. We have also is double, which basically does the same as is float, so that will finally give us also true. We have is integer and is int, and they are also the same. Okay, I'm going to specify 5, for example, which will evaluate into true. We have also is numeric, which is the most interesting one. So inside is numeric, I can specify a string value, for example 3.45, let's say, and this will evaluate into true because it understands what's the actual value of that string, and that prints out true. However, if I put some string inside that, for example 3g.45, this will evaluate into false because that is not numeric value anymore. Okay, I hope this makes sense. So let's see how we can convert a string value into an integer or float. So if I have a str number right here, a variable which contains a string value, for example 12.34, and I want to convert that into a float number. Okay, number equals, I'm going to use parentheses right here, float inside the parentheses and the str number. Okay, so that means that take this string number and cast it on the float. So finally this number will be a float, and we can see this by dumping that whole variable number right here. Refresh, and right here we see 12.34. If I want to convert this into an integer, so we have to type an integer, and that will be casted into 12 as an integer. So we have other ways, like we can use float val as a function and specify this string number, and that will be converted into string, or we can use int val and specify the number, and this will be converted into an integer. Okay, so let's see a couple of functions when working with numbers. So I'm going to copy and paste these numbers and explain them, so just to save some time. Okay, so right here I have a string written, the function name and the argument given to that function, and this is concatenated to actual function execution. Okay, then we have some output. So if we have a look in the browser, I'm going to put br right here to have a new space, new line. Okay, and here we have, so this basically means that the result of that function execution is 15. So let's have a look at these functions. The abs function takes a number and returns the absolute value of that function. So for negative numbers it will be still 15, and we can have a look right here. The po takes 2 arguments. The first is the base, and the second argument is the exponential. So 2 in power 3 means 8. The sqrt function takes the square root from that value, and it's 16. Max basically takes the maximum number of given ones, and we can specify even multiple numbers right here, 2, 9, and 3, and this will print out, max will print out 9 right here. Okay, it just prints here 2, 3 because I have written 2, 3 as a string right here. Okay, save, refresh right here. So the minimum takes the minimum among given one. The round basically rounds the number in a normal mathematician way, and this will be 2, and we can see right here. Round of 2.6 will be 3, obviously. And we have floor and sale functions as well. Floor means round down, sale means round up. So even if you floor 2.6, this will be always 2, and the sale of 2.4 will always be 3. Okay, so let's see number formatting, how we can format numbers. This is a very useful function which is used in practice a lot. So let's say that I have a number like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0.12345, just like this. Okay, large number, and I want to format this in a way that we have, for example, spaces in between these thousands, and we don't display the like anything after the 2 digits, after the decimal separator, and we can have a, for example, comma. So I want to format my number like this. Okay, for example. So let's use a function which is called a number format. So echo number format, we have to specify the number, then we have to specify how many digits I want to be there after decimal separator, and I'm going to specify 2. Okay, and this will basically strip everything after that 1, 2 right here. Okay, so after this we specify what I want to be thousand separator, and I'm going to specify right here. No, actually the third argument is, let's have a look. Decimal point is the third argument, and thousand separator is the fourth argument. Okay, so for decimal I'm going to specify comma, and for thousand separator I'm going to specify space. Okay, let's save this and refresh in the browser, and down below we see the following thing. I haven't specified space right here. Refresh, and here we see. So we see spaces in between this thousand separator, and we see comma as a decimal separator. So I can change that comma and put it dot, and I can put comma as a thousand separator. So here we have a different formatted number. Okay, so here I have a link which gives you all the functions, math functions working with numbers. I really encourage you to check out that link. That's the official PHP documentation, and just check out that functions, see how they work, so that you know what possibilities you have in PHP when working with numbers. Okay, there are many others we haven't covered. Okay, let's move on and talk about strings. Okay, I'm going to open strings PHP, close the others, and I'm going to open also strings PHP on the right side right here. Okay, perfect. So let's start and create a very simple string. For example, string equals hello Zura, for example. Okay, and I'm going to declare same type of string with double quotations right here. Okay. And both of them basically are doing at the moment the same. So I can print string and I can print string 2. Okay, and we can see that they print the exact same thing. However, what's the difference between the single quotations and double quotations? So if I take out that Zura and save in a variable name, for example, okay, and I want to concatenate that hello with Zura. So I just need to do hello concatenation in the name, right? So dot is basically used for concatenation. Okay, right here, I'm going to write name, okay, and it will give us the same thing. However, if that string is very long and you want that name in between, you have to do like not in a very friendly way, like hello Zura, for example, dot hello for example, let's write hello, I am Zura, I am the name, and I am 28, for example. Okay, so you have to do the concatenation just like this. However, if you have all this string, the following thing, in double quotations, and let's do it like this, hello, I can directly put that $name in that double quotation. Okay, so let's have a look. So they are doing the same thing at the moment. However, if I put that $name on the first line in that single quotation string, it will be printed just $name. If you have that name written in a double quotation, in this case, it will evaluate that as a variable and print out its value. And here we see, I am Zura. Okay, so we have already seen how we can concatenate strings, so I'm just going to write a very simple example. Hello, concatenation with world. Okay, and we can even specify concatenation as many times as we want, and PHP. Okay, let's put beer here as well, refresh, and here we see hello world and PHP. Okay, now I'm going to create a variable called string with some value. Basically, I'm going to copy the following thing, and let's explore a couple of functions when working with strings. So here on line 13, I have a variable hello world with spaces next to each other. And then I'm just calling a couple of functions on that string. Okay, and I have numbered them so that we can easily identify which function is which one. Okay, and strlength basically prints the length of the string. Okay, and we can have a look. Right here, the length of the string is 21. Trim removes white spaces from the beginning of that string and from the end of that string. Okay, ltrim removes white spaces from the left side. It means left trim, but it leaves that white spaces on the right side. rtrim removes white spaces from the right side but leaves them on the left side. Okay, and on the right side, basically, these trim, ltrim and rtrim, basically they are printed out pretty much the same, but that's because HTML just ignores the white spaces. Okay, so if we have a look in the page source, we can see that this is the result of the trim, this is the result of the ltrim, okay, and we have white spaces on the right side. And this is the result of the rtrim, which leaves the white spaces on the left side. Okay, so str word count just print out the number of words in that string, and in this case we have 2. strrev just reverses that string, and we have the hello world in a reverse order. str to upper converts every letters into an uppercase. str to lower converts every letters in lowercase. We have uke first as well, which converts the first letter into uppercase, which means that uppercase first. So only H will be converted into an uppercase, and right here we see H in uppercase. We have LC first, which converts the first letter into lowercase. Okay, we have also UC words, which means uppercase words, and only H and W are converted into an uppercase, which basically converts the first letters of every word. Okay, so if I just print hello world and PHP right here and refresh, we see A and PHP also in uppercase. Okay, we have strpose, which searches for world inside that string, and right now for the number 12, it actually doesn't print anything. So that's because our string doesn't contain world with lowercase w. Okay, we have world with lowercase right here, but uppercase in the HTML, in the initial string, sorry. Okay, so actually if I change the w into lowercase, it will print out 10 right here. Okay, but if I want to ignore the case, there's a special function for that, stripose. Okay, which basically this I, additional I, means for ignore case. Okay, in this case, it will search for world occurrence that pop-up basically is the PHP Storm pop-up, which when you mouse over on that function, it gives you the documentation of that function. Okay, if you're a VS Code user, you probably won't see that. Okay, so this stri pose in this case will print 10. Okay, so we have substr, just like this, which basically takes out the substring of that string. Okay, I want to take out the substring from that string variable from position 8 until the end of the string, and this is the substring. Okay, we can have a look in the page source for number 14, and we can see that it takes out all the way to the end, including white spaces. However, if I want to take out not the whole length, but several characters, for example 6 only, we can see right here it only takes out the 6 characters. Okay, the third argument basically indicates the length of that substring. There is also a function strReplace, which searches for word world in that string and replaces with PHP inside that string. Okay, so the first argument to search something, second argument is to replace that, and the third argument is where to search and replace. Okay, and in our case we refresh it and we see hello world, hello PHP right here. But if I change the W into lowercase, okay, lowercase world does not exist in that string right here, so it won't search that and won't replace. So right here we see that hello world, the initial string, basically whatever was there. Okay, however, there is another function strIreplace, which basically ignores the case. So it searches for that world ignoring the case and replaces it with PHP inside that string. So finally this gives hello PHP. Okay, that's basically a short list of the functions that is in PHP. In PHP there are a lot of functions, so I really encourage you to check out that. And let's see now a long text, basically multi-line text with some line breaks. So here I have a text: hello, my name is Zura, I'm 27, I love my daughter. And I want to display this text exactly as it is with these line breaks. Okay, so if I just print that long text, so because HTML is ignoring that white spaces, we will see that thing. So basically I'm going to comment out everything above. Okay, oops, save that, refresh, and here we see, so hello, my name is, and that's basically all of them in a single line. Okay, in the page source they are on different lines, but you know why, because this is the HTML, how the HTML works. So if I want to reserve that line breaks, there is a special function nl2br, which means that new line to br, and it creates br tags whenever it finds that new line. Okay, so if I just print this, I see that this is exactly as I expect, as I want. Okay, so and in the page source it creates that br tags whenever it finds that new line. Okay, so I'm gonna now paste another multi-line text which has also tags right there. Okay, this is the tag, this is the tag, so it bolds out something. So if I just again print out that information, that long text, okay, it prints on a single line with the bold Zura and bold 27. Okay, so if I want to reserve that new lines, I have to use nl2br. Okay, but sometimes I also want to reserve that tags and display them as a tags, not as a bold. Okay, so let's just print all of them. Okay, so I'm going to copy and paste something, okay, right here, and let's have a look. So I just print long text, then print nl2br, and then I use a new function which is called HTML entities, which reserves these b tags and displays them as tags, not as a bold. Let's have a look. So I'm going to comment out these above two. Okay, and here we have 3 output. So this is the first one, displayed as expected. This is the second one, displayed as expected, but I want this to be displayed as it is written in the code. Okay, right here we have the B tags, but I want also these spaces to be reserved, so we have to use right here NL2BR, not 2, but this should be 4, NL2BR and HTML entities together. Okay, NL2BR given the HTML entities, and that finally gives me what I want, what I have written in my code, okay, with the tags and with the correct line breaks. If we have a look in the page source, we see that these entities, how they are converted into an entities that greater than and less than symbols. Okay, that's why you need to have basic knowledge of HTML to know what are in general HTML entities. Okay, so that's basically all I wanted. Okay, let me show you also how you can decode that HTML entities. Okay, so if you have converted, if you have these entities, so I'm gonna take out these probably, okay, and just right here type HTML entity decode, okay, give that string and it will decode that and print the decoded one. So right here we see that Zura. Okay, in the source code we see that the B tags, Zura in the B tags. Okay, so that is HTML entity decode. So I'm going to open this link. Right here we have a lot of string functions. As always, I encourage you to check out that documentation link, read that functions at least once to understand what is possible in PHP. Okay, let's move on and talk about arrays. So I'm going to open right here arrays. Okay, open that on the right side as well. Okay, and let's start. Okay, what are in general arrays? So arrays are variables which can contain more than values. So it contains a series, a list of values. Okay, how to declare arrays in PHP? So we declare a variable, for example, fruits, which equals square brackets, and inside the square brackets we put the values. Okay, this is pretty much similar, the same as it is in JavaScript, for example, if you're familiar with JavaScript. But we have another option to declare arrays, like array inside the parentheses. Okay, that's an old-fashioned approach, but you will meet this very often because it is used heavily. But I'm going to declare with square brackets. Okay, so I'm going to declare 3 elements inside that array: banana, apple, and orange. Okay, so sometimes I declare with double quotations, sometimes single ones, so I don't have a preferred choice. Okay, if I want to use a variable inside the single quotations, I generally inside that string I will use the double quotations. Okay, so let's print the whole variable, and I'm going to use var dump for that. Specify the fruits and refresh in the browser, and we see that's not very user-friendly and readable text. Okay, if we have a look in the page source, we see that in a nicer way, and it is readable actually. So this indicates that this is an array of 3 elements. This is the first element string with 6th length. This is the second element with the index 1, and this is the last element. Okay, so arrays in PHP start with index 0. So that's why this is the 0th element, this is the first element, this is the second element. Okay, but if I want this to be readable and visible nicely in the browser, so I generally use the pre-tags. Okay, so pre-opening tag, and right here I use pre-closing tag. So I save, refresh this, and this is how I see. And I also have a shortcut right here, dump, specify the fruits, and this is as easy. Okay, so let's see how we can access elements by index. So if I want to print the element at index 1, for example, I will use fruits at 1 with square brackets notation and just print that. Okay, save, refresh. Right here we see this apple. If I try to access element at position 3, I will get a warning because there is no element at position 3. Okay, So if I want to set element by index, I can do in the same way. For example, fruits at position 0, I'm going to change that into peach, for example, save, and then let's just print the whole new array, fruits. And we saved the first one. It is not banana anymore, it is now peach. Okay, so if I want to check if specific element exists in array at specific index, if there isn't something in the array, I'm going to write fruits at position 2, for example, and put this in the isSet function. Okay, we have seen that isSet when working with variables, so this finally evaluates into true that there is an element at position 2. If I specify right here 3, there's no element at position 3, so this will evaluate into false. So if I want to append element at the end of that array, I'm going to use a square brackets notation and add right here banana, for example. Okay, and we can dump the whole fruits once again and see that, and down below we have banana as the last element at position 3. So whenever you append, it takes the next index. Okay, so if we want to print the whole length of that array, I'm going to use a count function and specify that fruits, this will finally give us a length of 4 because we have 4 elements. Okay, so we see how we can append with the square brackets notation, but there exists special functions for that as well. So for example, array underscore push. We specify the array and we specify the variable, the string, the value I want to append, and it can be even not a string, but it can be number. So in PHP, arrays basically can have a different type of values there. Okay, you can have a mix of numbers and strings and booleans and even subarrays and everything. Okay, so I'm going to specify right here just foo. Okay, I want to append the foo in the fruits array, and we can dump right now the whole fruits array, and we can see down below that we see foo right here. If I want to remove element from the end of the array, I'm going to use a function array pop. Okay, so I specify the fruits. This will remove the last element, which is in this case foo, and return that foo. So we can print that immediately, but it will also modify this original array. So if I dump that original array, we won't see foo anymore inside that array. Okay, so refresh it. Right here I see foo, which is taken out and printed, but we don't see foo anymore inside that array. So if I want to append, not append, but insert the element at the beginning of the array, I have to use array unshift. Okay, I specify the array and I'm going to specify bar, for example. So I want to put bar at the beginning of that array, and let's just print the whole fruits. Refresh it, and right here I see bar as a first element of that array. If I want to remove that element, the first one from the array, I'm going to use array shift, specify the fruits, that will take it out, and let's just print, and the fruits will be changed. So I'm not going to print this, so it's obviously clear. So if I have a string, for example, and that string contains a couple of fruits, for example, banana, comma, apple, comma, and peach, and I want to convert this into an array, I have to use function explode. Okay, I'm going to specify the delimiter. In this case, they are like delimited by comma, and I'm going to specify the string, and that will create an array and return that array. So if I just dump the whole array and refresh, right here I see this 3 elements array. Okay, let's see the vice versa operation. So if I have a fruits array, which actually is described, and I want to combine them with some separator, I can use an implode function. Okay, I'm going to specify the glue using which I want to implode them, and I can use comma or and symbol. Okay, and then specify the array, and that finally creates a string, combines them with that glue, and save and refresh, and we see right here peach, apple, orange, and banana of our original fruits array, combine them as a string. Okay, if I want to check if a specific element exists in array or not, I'm going to use a function in underscore array. First, we specify the element we're looking for example, apple. I want to check if apple is inside that array or not, and then we specify the array, and if we put this in the var dump statement, this will return true or false. And in this case, because we have apple in our original fruits array, this prints true. If I check if mango exists inside that fruits, refresh it, we don't see, this returns false. If I want to search for an element index, not just check if the element is in the array, but also search for that index, I'm going to use a function array search. Again, we specify right here an element, for example, mango, in that fruits array, and that finally returns the index. But if the element doesn't exist, in this case mango doesn't exist, this still return false. However, if it finds that element, apple for example, it returns the index of that apple. Okay, so if I have two arrays and I want to merge them into single one, so for example I'm going to create a vegetables array, and I'm going to put right here potato, for example, and cucumber. Okay, and I want to merge these fruits and vegetables into single one. So I have to use a function array underscore merge, and I'm going to specify first array and second array. The ordering basically matters because in the final merged array they will be in the same order. So fruits first and then vegetables, and that finally will return a new array which I can assign to a variable, or I can just print, just like this one. Refresh, and right here I see a new array with element 6, peach, apple, orange, banana, potato, and cucumber. Okay, in PHP 7.4, which is right now at the moment of recording this, the latest version, in several months we're going to expect PHP 8.0. In November it will be released, but at the moment PHP 7.4 is the latest one, and there is a better way to merge two arrays. Okay, new notation, okay, which is called spread operator. Okay, so I'm going to dump all these things. So let me put var dump right here, and I'm dumping a new array and 3 dot notation, and specify fruits, comma, 3 dot notation, and specify vegetables. Okay, right here my PHP storm puts in red underline. It tells me that spread operators in arrays are available in PHP 7.4 only. So that happens because my PHP storm does not know what language level I'm using. So it actually internally has its own language level, but it cannot understand that I'm using PHP 7.4. So I'm going to go to the file and settings if you're using PHP Storm, and right here if we go into languages and frameworks, go to PHP, right here we see PHP language level set to, so it is set to 5.6. okay, I can change that into 7.4 and it will understand and it won't give me any errors. Okay, so I'm going to hit OK and the errors basically disappear. Or I can do this in a shorthand way, like set this back to 5.6, and right here it gives me also this link, switch to PHP 7.4 language level. I'm going to hit OK and the error basically disappears. Okay, so if I want to sort the arrays, basically I have a function for that, sort. I'm going to specify fruits and this will sort the arrays and return them, just modifies the original array, okay, in the correct order. So if I just print fruits right now, this will finally give me syntax error. Right here semicolon is missing. Refresh, and right here down below we have that apple, banana, orange, and peach. So if I print that fruits array before sorting and after sorting, so this is before sorting, we see how it changes. Okay, so if we want to sort that in a reverse order, we have to use rsort. Okay, reverse sort, and right here we see it in a reverse order. Okay, let's talk about associative arrays. Okay, what is an associative array? Associative array is key value pairs. Okay, and it's very heavily used in PHP. So I'm going to create right here a person variable, which is an associative array. I'm going to comment out everything at the top. Okay, just like this one. And let's create an associative array of a person. Name is, for example, bread. Surname is, for example, Traversy, and age is 30, and hobbies is tennis, and I don't know, video games. Okay, here we have the person associative array. Okay, if I just dump the whole person, print that. So I can see that this is an array of 4 elements. The name corresponds to a string of 4, bread, and so on. So we have basically everything. So this var dump basically prints out everything. By the way, there exists a second function for printing arrays, which is called print_r. Many people prefer this printer. I generally use var dump, but you should also know about that. So this is how the array will be printed using print_r. Okay. So I'm going to return this back into var dump. So now let's say that I want to access to the name of that person and print out the name. So I'm going to use person square brackets name, and this will finally print out the name of that person. If I try to access some non-existing key, for example address, it will give me a warning notice that undefined index address for that person, which is pretty logical. So if I want to set something, for example, I want to set the person's channel, and I'm going to set this into Traversy Media. Okay, so this is how I can set new values. And whenever I set this, if I dump the whole person, then I can see that this person now contains channel as well right there. And the array has 5 length. So there exists basically 5 elements in that array. Okay, so in PHP 7.4 there exists null coalescing assignment operator, so which is very weird name, but it's very handy feature. So for example, if I want to check if the person has address and if the person doesn't have address, I'm going to set the address to unknown. So I have to do like this: if is set person address, okay, and I'm going to put not sign right here. Okay, if person address does not exist, okay, I'm going to set the person address to be unknown. Okay, and then finally, if I just dump the person, I will see that the address of that person right here is unknown. Okay, but in PHP 7.4 there exists a shorthand version for that. Okay, and that is double question mark. Okay, so right here I'm going to write person address, okay, question mark equals unknown. Okay, so what does this mean? This means that this double question mark generally is used for checking if the value is set or not. Okay, so I can write this in the following way as well: question mark unknown. So let's just remove this. Okay, so which checks that if the person address is set or not. Okay, if it is set, then take the person address. If it is not set, take the unknown. Okay, so if I comment out this thing and dump the person, on the right side we see that it has address unknown, and I can even make this simpler and put that question mark right here, refresh it, and I see the exact same result. Okay, so if I want to check if the array has a specific index or not, I have to use that isSet function. So if I want to print the whole keys of that array, I'm going to use array underscore keys. I'm going to specify person, and this will give me the keys of that associative array person. So refresh it, And right here we see this is an array, and here are the keys: name, surname, age, hobbies, channel, and address. If I want to print the values of that array, I'm going to use array underscore values function, specify the person, save that, refresh on the right side, and we see the values like the bread, traversy, 30. This is the hobbies value, this is the channel, and this is the address. Okay, there is even possibility to sort the person by keys or by values. Okay, so I'm going to use ksort, specify that person, and which will change that person and sort it by keys. So if we just print out the person, we see right here that we see first address, then age, then channel, hobbies, and so on. Okay, if I want to sort that by values, I'm going to use a sort. Okay, save and refresh this, and first I see bread, traversy, then traversy media, then unknown, and then we have age and hobbies. Okay, so in PHP, and yeah, it's very common in PHP to work with two-dimensional arrays. Okay, especially when working with databases. Okay, let's have a look at the example of two-dimensional array. So for example, I'm going to create to-dos right here as an array, and each of the to-do element I'm going to make a sub-array. Okay, which will be associative array, and each of the to-do element I'm going to give title to that, which will be to-do title 1, and give it also completed property, which corresponds to true, for example, in this case. So I'm going to make this a little bit larger, move it on the right side, just like this one, and I'm going to duplicate this and create to-do title 2 with completed false. Okay, and this is the associative array, and very often we work, developers, with that associative arrays. Okay, this is how the data might look like when you receive from some REST APIs or select it from the database. Okay, and I'm just going to dump this, and let's have a look together, and we're going to have a practice on that, of course. So here it is how it looks like. So array of 2 elements. The first element is array itself with the title of this, with completed of this. This is the second element with the title of this and completed of this. Okay, so that's all about arrays. Let's move on and talk about conditionals. Okay, let's open conditionals PHP right here and on the right side as well, and write a couple of if-else statements. So in general, if you have any experience in any programming language, if-else statements, you know what is an if-else statement, right? So let's see how we can do that in PHP. So if, in the parentheses, we write some condition. For example, if age equals to 20, okay? And then if age equals 20, we just print something, for example, 1, okay? So if we have a look in the browser, we see 1. So that happens because the age actually equals to 20. So we can actually write if-else statements without these curly braces. So if we want a single statement right here, we can avoid that curly braces. So I'm going to copy this, paste right here, and just remove these curly braces, and it works in the same way. We can even write this on a single line. And sometimes, like the developers write like this. So I generally write with curly braces because it's more readable for me, but it's basically a matter of your choice. Okay, so we see like 1 and 1 right here. So let me write a simple if and then else statement. So if, for example, age is greater than 20, then we write 1. If in other case, else, so which means in any other case, we just write 2. Okay, so refresh it, and right here we see 2. Okay, let's see what is the difference between the double quotation and triple quotation in PHP. Okay, so I'm going to comment out the other things. And right here I'm going to write if age equals 20, then let's just print 1. Okay, with BR. Okay, and another example is if age equals string 20. okay? And if we just print these two, for example, both of them will be printed, okay? So we see 1 and 2. That happens because whenever we compare the variable two values to each other with double quotation, only values are compared. Right now the age is integer 20 and we're comparing it to string 20, and because we are using double quotations, the values are compared and it prints 2, so it is actually true. So if we just change this and put right here triple quotation, this won't be satisfied because not only values but also types will be checked and compared. Okay, so I'm going to paste something right here and look at this. So age with a double quotation 20 is true. Age with a double quotation 20 as a string is also true. Age with triple quotation 20 is true because age is integer and we're comparing integer to integer, but age with triple quotation 20 is false because also types are checked. Okay. Okay, let's see how we can use multiple conditions in the if statement. So I'm going to write if, for example, age equals or is greater than 20 and salary, for example, equals to 300,000. In this case, do something. Okay, do something. Okay, in this case, it will not be satisfied because age basically is not more than 20. Okay, but if I change this condition into equals 20, this will print do something. Okay, we can also use or operator. So if age is greater than 20 or with two pipe or the salary equals 300,000, do something. Okay, in this case we will see do something because the first condition is false but the second condition evaluates into true. Okay, so let's see how we can write ternary if and what is in general ternary if operator. So ternary if operator is very often used for as a conditional statement for something very small, not if we have a bunch of code to execute if something is executed, if something is evaluated into true. So let me show you where I mean. So if age is less than 22, for example, okay, and I put right here a question mark, which basically indicates that if this is evaluated into true, then execute like a young, for example, okay? Return that string young. Otherwise, like return old, for example, okay? So this finally will print young right here because the age is definitely less than 22. Okay, if I change that age into 25, for example, this will print old, okay, because the else statement is actually satisfied. So there is a way to have a short ternary operator as well. So for example, if we want to check if the age exists at all, so I'm going to write if age question mark colon and otherwise like 18, for example. So if I want to create a variable like my age, for example, which equals to age, if age exists, otherwise take the 18. Okay, if we just print right now that my age, this will print 25 because the age exists and it is 25. However, if I change that age into 0, for example, and 0 basically is falseable value, okay, so age, if age exists, take that age, otherwise take 18. In this case, age is a falseable value, so age won't be taken, will be 18 will be taken, and right here we see this 18. Okay, so there exists null coalescing operator also, and it's very useful, a relatively new feature. It didn't exist from the beginning of the PHP, but it's very handy feature. So if I want, for example, to check if the variable is declared or not, for example, if a name is declared, okay, if name is set, then take out the name, otherwise take out John, for example, as a name, okay, and we can assign this into my name. Okay, and whenever I print this right now, it will take John because we don't have name declared in the current variable, right? but there's a shorthand version for that. So we can just write name question mark and join. Okay, which means that if name exists, take out the name, if doesn't exist, take out the join. So they are basically equivalent to each other. Okay, let's see switch statement. So right here I'm going to create a user role variable which will be admin, and let's say that we support other roles as well, like the editor, a user, and admin as well, of course. So I'm going to write a switch statement right here, switch user role, which takes the user role, and we have to write a couple of case statements. So if the user role is admin, case admin, okay, we just do something which is relevant for admin. Okay, for now I'm going to just print admin. Okay, and we have to break right here. Okay, so another case will be editor. Okay, if the user role is editor, let's just print editor right here and break as well. So another case is user, and let's just print right here user and break, and we can have a default value, which means in any other case let's just print invalid role. Okay, so if I save this and refresh right here, I see admin. Okay, the following code will be executed. If I change that user role into editor and save and refresh this, I see right here editor. If I change this something like web admin, for example, okay, this will print invalid role because that doesn't exist. Okay, that's all about conditionals. Let's move on. The next topic is loops. Okay, so let's open loops on the browser as well and see how we can write loops in PHP. So I'm going to write a while loop. Okay, while, then inside the while we write some condition. So while true, for example, okay, do something, which basically means an infinite loop, because this true will always be true and the while loop will basically crash your browser. Okay, don't run this because it will start an infinite loop, but instead it's more relevant to have some condition right here which changes after some time into false. The while loops basically are the infinite loops basically sometimes are used in a real programming. Okay, so let's create right here counter which equals to 0, and I'm going to create a while loop while counter, for example, is less than 10. Let's print the counter. Okay, and we need to increase that counter. Okay, so you can understand that first the counter will be printed as 0, then it will be increased. Okay, after that the condition will be checked if counter is less than 10, and then the increased counter will be printed, and so on, and after 10th iteration the loop will be basically broken. Okay, so we can manually break the loop if we want. For example, if counter reaches to 5, we can break the loop and it won't be executed. So the break basically stops the loop. Okay, so I'm going to comment this. Let's see do while. Okay, do while has the following syntax. We write do, and then we write something, for example, echo counter. Okay, and then we have the while condition, while counter is less than 10, for example. Okay, so I'm gonna comment this thing, and we have counter 0, and we do something similar, but we need to increase the counter as well. So here is the difference between while and do while. So right now at the moment it will also print 1 2 3 0 1 2 3 4 5 until 9. Okay, let's put beer here as well, but the difference is that if I change that condition, counter is less than 0. Okay, in this case first it prints the value and then checks the condition, and in this case it will be printed at least once. Okay, but in our first example, in case of while, if I change this into 0, it will never be printed because counter is 0 if counter is less than 0, and this condition evaluates into false and the body won't be executed. Okay, but in this case it will be executed once. Okay, let's comment out all the things and see a for loop example. Okay, for loop has the following syntax: for, then we write a statement which is run at the beginning of the for loop. For example, I equals 0. Okay, then we write a statement which is executed before every iteration of the for loop, and if that evaluates into true, we actually continue the for loop. Okay, so if I is less than 10, and then we write a statement which is run after each iteration. Okay, I plus plus. Okay, so, and let's just print I, for example, which indicates the counter, and it will give us the same exact output what we had for while loop. Okay, so this is how you can write for loops. So let's see how we can write for each. Sometimes for each is very often used with some arrays. Okay, so if I have an array right here, for example, fruits array, and I want to iterate over the fruits array, okay, I can do like this. Okay, for each fruits is fruit, which means that take each element of that fruits array as a fruit variable, and right here I can write that fruit variable. Okay, save, refresh, and we see banana, apple, and orange. I can also take out the index if I want. I, for example, corresponds to fruit. So right here I will be the index of that array elements, and the fruit will be actual value. Okay, so refresh this, save, and then refresh. We don't print the I, so let's just print I. In that way, br, save, and refresh, and here we see 0 banana, first apple, 2 orange. Okay, so let's see how we can iterate over an associative array. Okay, so I'm gonna paste right here an associative variable person. Okay, now let's iterate over that associative array person. Okay, when we are iterating over an associative array, sometimes we want to take out the key as well. Okay, so key and value. Okay, so this is the key, this is the value, this is the key, this is the value. So we want to iterate over that. So I'm gonna do like this. So just print out the key, then space, and the value. Okay, however, we're gonna have a small problem right here, because right here the hobbies corresponds to array. So arrays cannot be converted into strings in that way, just with the concatenation way. Okay, we're gonna have a notice right here, array to string conversion. So let's put br here. So right here we see that name is Brad, surname is Traversy, age is 30, and right here we see array to string conversion. Okay, so that's a problem. So however, what we can do is that we can run an implode on that and implode that with commas. So here we have it, refresh it. What's wrong? Yes, this is the problem. So right now I did a mistake, so I put an implode right here, but that implode is called on Bread, Traversy, and 30 as well. Okay, what we can do right here is that we can write an if statement. If, for example, value is array, okay, that value, we can output with the implode. Okay, just like this one, echo implode with comma the value. However, if it's not an array, we can print like we are printing, okay, right here. So we just need to print value. So save and refresh, and here we see, so name Bread, surname Traversy, age is this, and hobbies is tennis and video games. That's combined with the comma. Okay, so that's basically all about loops. Let's move on the next topic. Okay, I'm going to open the next topic, which is functions. Let's open in the browser as well, and okay, let's see how we can create functions in PHP. Okay, so I'm going to create a very simple function, hello function hello, which simply outputs hello, I am Zura. Okay, now The syntax basically of the function declaration is pretty much the same in JavaScript, for example, if you're familiar. So we write the function keyword and the function name, then parentheses, and right here we write this curly braces. So I'm going to execute that hello now, okay, which will print out hello, I am Zura. So I can execute this multiple times, and here we have the multiple outputs. The purpose of the function is to avoid some code repetition and have a reusable piece of code which can be used from different places, okay. Also, we can pass arguments to that function, okay. So let's say a function with the argument. Right here I'm going to create another function, hello, but I'm going to comment out this one because we cannot have functions with the same names. And right here I'm going to accept an argument of name, okay. And here we can write hello, I am, and the name. Okay, fine. Now when we call hello, we have to specify name. For example, Zura. Save that and refresh, and here we see hello, I am Zura. I can call the same function with different names, bread, for example, and right here we have hello, I am bread. Okay, we can also return the values from that function. I'm going to write return here, and in this case this code won't print anything because we don't have an echo statement. So this hello function returns the value, but we need to print that value to see the output, right? So I'm going to put br here as well, and here as well. Save and refresh, and here we see hello, I am Zura, hello, I am bread. Okay, let's create a function to sum two numbers, okay? Function sum, which accepts a and b, and I want to return the sum of the two numbers, a plus b, okay? It is that easy. I'm going to call that sum, pass right here 4 and 5, and that returns the value, so we have to print this using echo, and right here we see the 9. Okay, so what if I want to my function to support many arguments, like the unlimited number of arguments. Okay, so let's comment this and create another function sum, which accepts basically many arguments. So right here when I call that sum, I want to pass multiple arguments just like this, and I want it to return the sum of all, just like this one. Okay, we can accept the argument right here with 3 dot notation. Okay, for example nums, which means that take out all the given arguments and save in the nums as an array. Okay, so right here I'm going to write nums. Okay, save that and refresh right here, and we see that array. Okay, so I have a challenge for you. So pause the video and write a for loop right here, which will sum up the given numbers and return that sum. Okay, so just pause the video, do this for several minutes, and then come back to see my answer. Okay, so here is my answer. So I'm going to create a variable sum in which I'm going to save all the values, the sum value of that numbers. Okay, then I'm going to iterate over my numbers. Okay, for each nums is num, okay, or just n, and then I'm going to write sum plus equal n. Okay, and finally I'm going to return that sum. So finally when I save this and refresh in the browser, I see right here value 21. Okay, let's move on and see arrow functions. So arrow function is a new feature added in PHP 7.4. So in fact I'm going to take the following sum function and paste right here and just change these using arrow function. Okay, so let's comment all these things, and I want my sum function right here to do the same thing, but I'm going to use array reduce. So in PHP there exists also functions like array filter, array map, and reduce. And let's see how we can use reduce with the arrow function. Okay, the array reduce accepts we need to pass 2 arguments. First is the array, for example nums, and second we have to pass the arrow function. Okay, the arrow function is syntax is the following: fn parentheses, inside the parentheses we give carry, okay, as the first argument inside that function, and then we accept the n, which is the each element of that array. Okay, and we just return carry plus n. Okay, let's actually see what this will do. I'm going to return the value of that from the function, and if we just save that and refresh, we see 21. But how this actually works, the array reduce. So on the first iteration, it basically iterates over the elements and calls that given function for each of the element. On the first iteration, when it calls that function, it passes the first argument, first element of that nums array as a carry, and the second element as an n. Okay, we take that first element and second element and return sum. Okay, right here, this basically means to return from that function. Okay, from that arrow function. So we return first plus second, which will become the carry for the next iteration. Okay, so first plus second is 3, so for next iteration carry will become 3 and n will become the next element, which will be 3. Okay, then 3 plus 3 will be returned from that function, which will be given to the next iteration as 6, and the n will become 4, and so on until the end of the array, and finally this gives us the sum. Okay. Okay, that's basically all about functions I wanted to show to you. Let's move on and see how we can work with dates in PHP. I'm going to open on the left side dates PHP, on the right side as well, right here, and let's see how we can print date. Okay, so let's say that I want to print the current date. So for this I will use the date function, and we have to specify the format in which I want to print that. So for example, first print the year, then month, then day, then hour, minute, and second. Okay, let's put echo in front of that and refresh in the browser, and here we see that date. This is the current date. Okay, so if I want to print, for example, yesterday, so echo date, the same format basically: year, month, day, hour, minute, and second, but we can specify the timestamp. So timestamp basically is number of seconds from 1970 1st of January midnight. Okay, so right now the time will return, this is the current time in seconds. Okay, and I can subtract a number of seconds for one day. So for example, 60 multiplied on 60, and that multiplied on 24, which is number of seconds per day. So if I save that and refresh, and let's put beer here as well, refresh, right here we see that this is yesterday. Okay, the same time but yesterday. So what if I want to print the date in a different format? So let's put beer here as well. So echo, for example, date, but I want to specify a different format. Okay, so how I can do that? In the following link there exist many different formats. Sorry about that. Okay, so right here I can specify F, J, Y, H, I, and S. Okay, so the basically time is the same, but I changed the date format. Okay, and let's just have a look in the browser, and this is October 12, 2020. Okay, so and on the following link you can find more date formats and more in general, more about dates, and I really encourage you to check out that link. Okay, so what if I want to print the current timestamp? Okay, we have already saw this is using time. Okay, so let's print out this, and we can see number of seconds since 1970. Okay, 1st of January. So there's also a possibility to parse the date. Sometimes the date comes from the client, from the forms very often, and we want to parse that date. Okay, there exists a date parse function for that, and we have to specify right here the date. For example, 2020, I don't know, 10, for example, 12. This is the month, this is the day, and this is going to be the hours, for example, 090000. Okay, and this returns an array. Okay, this is the parsed date, and we just print that parsed date and have a look in the browser. We see it is an array. It has year 2020, month 10, day 12, hour, minute, second, and it has a couple of other information as well. Okay, sometimes we have the dates in a different format, and we want to parse that based on the different format. Okay, so for example, I'm going to paste this code right here. So for example, I have a date string which is February 4, 2020 and the following time, and I want to parse using that format. Okay, so I will call a special function date parse from format. I will specify the format right here in which that date time is, and I specify the date time itself. And finally, this will give me the same type of output: year 2020, month 2, day 4, and so on. We have everything there we need. Okay, that's all about dates. I encourage you to check out the following links, which will be on the GitHub repository. And let's move on next topic. The next topic is about including files. So I'm going to close all the files right here, open that directory on the right side, include and require website skeleton. So let's open this right here as well, website skeleton. Right here we have two files, so about PHP and index.php, and this is a simulation of a website. Okay, so we have two files, and we have a header, and we can navigate between these two pages. So this is the home page, which displays welcome to my cool website and some Georgia Tbilisi time zone. Okay, the temperature, excuse me. And we have also that about page. Okay, and the header and the footer for that pages are the same. So this is the header, this is the footer, and they are the same for both of them. But if we have a look at the files right here, we see that the HTML is basically repeated. Okay, this is the about PHP, this is the index.php, and we have things repeated. So we should not have that. So if I want to add a script tag, for example, in the head, I had to do this in both places. Okay, and we can actually do in a better way using PHP. So what we need to do is take out that header and create a file for that, and we can use that header file in both of the files. Okay, let's do this. I'm going to create a file called header.php, but I'm going to create that in a partials folder. Okay, inside partials, let's create header.php. Okay, so I'm going to take out that header and paste this right here. Okay, and now in the about PHP and in the index.php as well, I can use that file. Okay, how I do this? First of all, we need inside this PHP opening and closing tags, and then I'm going to write include. Okay, I want to include a file which is called partials/header.php. Okay, let's actually take out this and do it in about. Okay, save and refresh, and I can see the same result. Nothing was actually changed because that works fine. So if I have mistakenly typed incorrect file path on about page, we're gonna see an error right here. Okay, so for including files, there exists basically two ways to include the files. One is include, second is require. Okay, so what is the difference between include and require? So if I have this code written using include on the right side in the about page, let's change this into a non-existing file. Okay, and if we are including file which doesn't exist, then it gives us this warning: the file was not found, but the rest of the code basically is executed. Okay, so it prints about us, and we also see that footer. Okay, however, if we change this using require, okay, this has different purpose. So in this case, we will see fatal error right here, and the rest of the code is not executed anymore. Okay, so when the file is not found using require, it basically stops the code from execution. So we should have require when that file is absolutely necessary for the website, for the functionality. Okay, and we can have include when it is not absolutely necessary. Okay, there also exists include once and require once methods, statements, okay, operators. So if I duplicate this, if I fix the path first of all and duplicate this and refresh in the browser, I see this header twice. And if I have a look in the page source, I also see that doctype HTML twice. Okay, so if I change that include once include into include once, okay, in this case, no matter how many times you're including that files, the PHP will check if it's once included, it won't include anymore. Okay, and this is how it looks like. Okay, so basically in this case, the perfect example will be to write an include once for here and here as well, and we probably need to create footer as well. So I'm going to create right here footer, paste this and include that footer right here, footer PHP, and in the about page as well. So let's copy this code and paste right here. So now we can see that we don't have any code duplication. Okay, and this is how our website is looking like. Okay, it works in the same way as it was working before. Okay, the second usage of including that files, one of them is including in the HTML, and second way is to have a reusable piece of code which can be included on from different areas. Okay, so for example, I'm going to go into that functions in the index.php, and let's say that I'm developing a math library, for example, and I'm going to create math.php. Okay, inside that math file, I'm going to create a couple of functions working with numbers. Okay, for example, add, which will accept a and b and return sum of that. Okay, a plus b. And let's create second one as well, which will be subtract, which will accept a and b as well, a and b, and return a minus b. Okay, so and this is the math library, and I'm going to use that math library in the index.php. Okay, so right here I'm going to write include once that math.php. Okay, and now I can use that functions. For example, echo add 4 plus 5. Okay, and echo subtract 5 and 4. Okay, let's put beer here as well. Let's save this and let's open the corresponding file right here, functions, and here we see 9 and 1. However, what's the correct usage right here? It's not include once, the correct one. So if that math file was not found, it doesn't make any sense to continue the execution, and because the other ones will also print that error. Okay, so if the math doesn't exist, this one will give us the warning because this is include, not to require, but the other ones will give us also error right here. Okay, fatal error, call to undefined function add. So in this case, the best will be if we have require. Okay, and when the file was not required, it won't execute the rest of the code and we will see only one error. Okay, and also the best will be if we have right here require once, because if we have this required and required a couple of times, then we're going to have a different error, cannot redeclare add, because it's already declared. Okay, so the best example will be to write such kind of libraries in general using require once. Okay, save, reload, and everything works fine. Okay, that is all about including files. Let's move on the next topic and see how we can work with the file system. Okay, let's open that file system folder right here, index.php. I'm going to close the others and open that on the right side as well. Right here, fs. Okay, perfect. So first of all, let's explore a couple of magic constants and what are these magic constants. Okay, so magic constants are constants which change their value based on the execution context. Okay, so for example, I'm going to print right here two magic constants, dir and file, echo file. Okay, and let's print the third one as well, which will be line. Okay, so what will be the output of that? Let's have a look. So first of all, that magic constant dir prints the current directory where that file is located. Okay, in this case that prints that 11fs. The file magic constant prints the current file from which we are printing that everything, and that magic constant line prints the line on which this is written actually. So if I put a couple of enters right here, that magic constant line moves on the next line 7, and that finally will print right here 7. Look at this. So these are the magic constants. Okay, let's see how we can create directory in PHP. So for this we have to use a function mkdir, and we have to specify a directory name, test in this case. Let's save this and refresh on the right side, and let's have a look. Here we have it. So test directory was created. So what if we want to rename that directory? So let's comment this, and I'm going to write rename. Okay, so it will take the test. Let's take the test directory and rename into test2. Okay, and this will do the renaming. So if I want to delete that directory, we have to use rmdir, and we have to specify that test2 directory. So at the moment when rename will happen, the directory will be called test2 and it should be removed. Okay, so let's save this and execute this, and we don't see that test folder anymore because it was first renamed into test2 and then it was removed. So what if I want to read file and its content? So for this we have to use the function file get content. File get contents, we have to specify the file name, in this case lorem.txt. Let's say that we want to read that, which has some dummy text right there. Okay, and this basically reads the file and returns the output of that file. Okay, and we can directly send that output to the browser. So save that and refresh, and we have to comment out this because there are no test folder anymore. Refresh it, and here we see that output, the content of that file. Okay, so there exist other ways to read the file in general, and I really encourage you to check out the following link. I'm going to open this link also soon. Okay, let's see how we can list the directory and read all that files and folders inside that directory. Okay, so I'm going to write here scandir and specify the directory, and which will read the directory and show a list of all files and folders inside that directory. Okay, so let's call it files variable, and let's print that files variable. Save and refresh, and right here we see that list. So what does this dot and double dot mean? So this will be always there whenever you scan your directory, and the dot basically indicates the current directory and double dot indicates the parent directory. Okay, and besides that we have also index.php and lorem.txt in the current directory. So if I pass right here double dot slash, which means that list the parent directory, and save and refresh this, here we see all the files and the folders which are in the parent directory, and this is that directory, what we see right here. Okay, okay, perfect. Let's see how we can write content inside that file. Okay, so we saw file get contents. Now let's see file put contents. So we specify some file name, for example, sample.txt, and we specify content, some content. Okay, when we execute this, it will create that sample.txt right here. Here we see. If we open, we see some content right there. Okay, so we can combine that file get contents and file put contents together and read the content and append something at the bottom and put it in the file put contents. Okay, so the file get contents also supports to get the content from the URL. So for example, let's open JSON placeholder, okay, which is the fake REST API. And I'm going to scroll down right here and find the resources for the users and copy the following link. And I want to read the content from the following URL. Okay, so I'm going to use file get contents, specify the URL, and that fetch the data from that URL and save it in a variable like users JSON, for example. Okay, and we can print that users JSON right here, refresh it, and scroll down, and here we see that users JSON right here it starts. So if we have a look in the page source, scroll down, we see it in a nicer way. This is the users JSON fetched from that JSON placeholder. And the JSON basically is a type of the how the data can be exchanged and how the data can be stored. Okay, and we have also a possibility to convert that JSON data into an array, and we have to use JSON decode for that. So we specify users JSON that will convert that users JSON into an associative array, into an array more correctly, and let's just print that users. Okay, save that and refresh it and scroll down, and right here we see, so right here we see that this is an array of 10 elements. The first element is the object, which has ID, name, username, email, and address, which is an object itself, and so on. So each individual user will be right here. Okay, by default, when we call JSON decode, this converts the associative arrays into objects. Okay, but we can specify right here false. Okay, for false or true, false. No, we can specify true right here, which means that to convert into an associative array, and right here we see that this is not object anymore, it is an associative array, okay, with key value pairs. Okay, let's comment this thing. And basically, there are a couple of other useful functions like file exists, for example, which checks if the specific file exists or not. And I'm going to specify right here, for example, sample.txt, which will return true because we just created sample.txt. Okay, but if we specify right here non-existing file, it will return false, obviously. We can also check if the specific folder is directory or not, and we can specify, for example, test. If test is a directory, and this will return false because the test directory does not even exist right here. Okay, so this will return obviously false. So let's open the link. Right here we have a lot of functions, so I really encourage you to check out the following link and experiment with the functions. So right here you can find basically everything about the file system, how to get the file size, how to get the file modification time, and many others. So I really encourage you to check out the following link. Okay, we cannot cover all the functions in this several hours course. Okay, let's move on the next topic. And the next topic is object-oriented programming. So I'm going to open that index.php right here. Let's close the other things and open that on the right side as well. Oops. And let's create a class and an instance. In general, what is a class and what is an instance? The class is a blueprint. It is a template. Okay, you can also think about it as a new data type. Okay, and out of which we can create variables of that data type. And that variables are called instances or objects sometimes. Okay, so whenever we create class, we define some properties and functionalities of that class, and then the instances of that class will have that properties and functionalities. Okay, for example, if I create a class of person, okay, and that person has a public property name and public property surname and private property age, for example. Okay, so these are the properties of that person class. And how can I create an instance of that? So I have to write here person equals new person. Okay, so we have to use the new keyword in the class name with parentheses, and that creates that person class. And let's dump that person class. That is a person instance created out of the person class. Okay, we can even call this just P. Okay, just P, just like this one. So I just wanted to show you that the variable name should not be the same. It cannot be the same. It may not be the same. Okay, refresh, and right here we see that object person with name, surname, and age, which is private property. Okay, what does this mean that it is a public or private? So these are called access modifiers. There also exists third access modifier, which is called protected, which is more relevant when we see inheritance. Okay, so I'm going to set right now the name and the surname of that person class. So I'm going to write here p.name equals bread, okay, and p.surname equals traversy. Okay, let's save this and refresh in the browser, and we see that name and surname is bread and traversy. Okay, so I can actually access each individual property right here and print that. So echo p name. I want to print out the person name. For example, refresh, and here we see bread. Okay, so if I want to create different persons with different names, so I have to repeat this code. Okay, p equals new person. I'm going to call this p2. Okay, and I have to specify right here a different name and surname, John Smith, for example. Okay, and they will be all of these instances of that person class will have the same properties, but they might have different values for that properties. Okay, it's very often used to create a special function and use that special function, which is called constructor, with the classes. Okay, I'm going to create a constructor right here and specify two arguments, name and surname. So constructor is a special function associated to the class, which is called, executed immediately when the instance of that class is created. Okay, in this case we create an instance two times, right here new person and right here new person. We call these two times. So every time we create an instance, that constructor function will be executed. Okay, and whatever arguments is given inside that creating instance right here, that will be passed down to the constructor. Okay, so for example, we can delete these two lines and pass bread and traversy right here, and bread will become name and traversy will become surname. And I can take that name and surname and do some actions with that. So I can print, if I want, for example, name space surname. Okay, and refresh that. We have a couple of other errors. Okay, this happens because on line 16 we are creating a person instance and we don't give it a name and surname. Let's comment these lines yet. Refresh, and we see bread traversy, which is printed from this line. Okay, instead of printing, it's more relevant to save this information in the properties of that class. So I'm going to use the keyword this, which basically indicates to the instance on which that constructor is called. Okay, in this case the constructor is called on a person P. Okay, that's why this will correspond to P. So this dot name, not dot but the arrow. So this arrow basically is a property operator, so it's called a property operator. So this is used to access to the properties and methods of an object. Okay, this name equals name and this surname equals surname. So we save that. Let's remove this echo. We save that and refresh, and we don't see any output, but if we print right here P, we will see that this is a person and it has bread and traversy. Okay, so the given name and surname was taken and saved. Okay, the class can also have methods, which are basically functions associated to that class. So for example, right here, I'm going to create a public function set age, which will accept an age as an argument, take that age, and will save in a property age. Okay, very often when we have private properties, we create setters and getters to set the value for that private property and get the value. We cannot directly access that private property out of that class. So if we try to write p age equals something, I don't know, 30, we're going to see an error because we cannot access that private property. Okay, so we have to use now a public function which we created right here, public set age. Okay, and we specify that 30, which will take that age variable and save it in a property. So after this, if I print the person, we see that person has an age of 30, and I can create another public function, get age, which simply will return an age. So return this age, and this is called getter. Okay, and now I can print p get age, save and refresh that, and we see 30 right here. Okay, let's uncomment now that second person, and let's specify right here that John Smith in the constructor. Okay, and we have that second person, p2, save and refresh, and here we have it. So now let's see static properties and static methods. So I'm going to create right here public static counter, okay, which equals to 0, and whenever an instance is created, I'm going to increase the counter. But pay attention to this new keyword which is called static. So static properties and static methods belong to the class itself, not the instance. Okay, not the object created out of that class. Okay, and if I want to access that static counter, I have to use a self keyword, self counter plus plus. So whenever we create an instance of that class, we increase that counter property. Okay, and I'm going to create right here a static function as well, public static function get counter, and I'm going to return self counter. Okay, and now down below, when we created two instances of that person class, I'm going to print person class counter. Okay, so we access to static properties with this double colon. Okay, save that and refresh, and we see 2, which means that the counter is 2 because 2 objects are created out of that class, which is quite accurate. Let's call that get counter statically using this double colon, save and refresh, and we see 2 right here. Okay, so there are much more to explain about the classes, but I'm not going to cover all of them right here because this is not like the full course about object-oriented PHP. Okay, these are just basics. Let's see a couple of other examples like the inheritance. So I'm going to create a file inside that object-oriented folder and call it person. Very often when we have a class, that class is in its own separate file. So I'm going to take that person class and move it in that file. Okay, so here we have it. And we can, if we want to use that person class, we have to include it or require it right here. In this case, the best example will be to require once right here, not include once, but require once. So I'm requiring that person, and this will work in the same way. So we have the same output right here. Okay. So I should also mention that since PHP 7.4, we have possibility to specify the types on the properties. So for example, I can write that the name is string, surname is string, and age is integer. And we can also specify that on counter that it is an integer as well. Okay, that is because of PHP 7.4. So if I declare a variable with the type int, for example, and I want it to be sometimes null values, okay, for example, when I create the instance, I want to specify that this age to be null. This won't be possible. This is not possible, and we're going to see an error right here that the age is an integer and you cannot assign null to it. But if we put a question mark in front of the type, it means that this is an integer, but it also accepts null values. Okay, so and if we do this, the error will disappear basically. Okay, so now I'm going to create a second class, which I'm going to call student. Okay, and let's remove these things, and I'm going to extend that student from person. So I'm using inheritance. Okay, so the student class is a child class of the person. So first of all, before we are using right here's person class, we have to write require right here as well. Okay, fine. Now in the index PHP, I want to include that person as well. Okay, so not the person, but the student, excuse me. Okay, here I created that student. I'm going to comment the person code. Okay, and I'm going to delete that as well. And I want to create now an instance of the student. Okay, student equals new student. Okay, but pay attention one thing. Right here, PHP Storm basically tells me that required parameter name is missing. So because the student extends the person, the student also has a constructor inside its parent class, person. Okay, and that constructor accepts name and surname. So we have to specify name and surname when we create an instance of the student. Okay, let's create bread traversy. Okay, so that will work. The error basically will not be displayed. Also, one important thing to notice is that because we have right here require once, that's correct way, and that's why we don't see any error. If we change that into require, now it turns out that we are requiring, we need to also change this right here, we are requiring person class twice. So right here we require that person class, then we require student, and then student requires person. So if we refresh in the browser, we see that error cannot declare class person because the name is already in use. Okay, that's why require once is the best example in this case. Now let's say that I want to add a couple of other properties to the student. For example, public student ID. Okay, and that's gonna be string. Now I want to pass that student ID when I create an instance. So right here I want to pass the student ID as well. So in the student constructor we want to accept a third argument as well. So now I'm going to create a constructor public function construct, and basically PHP Storm auto-completed this for me, and it's called the parent constructor, and the parent constructor is person. Okay, so but we need to accept the third argument right here as well, which will be student ID. Okay, and I want to take the student ID and save in this student ID. Okay, and then call the parent constructor and pass it name and surname, which will take and save in its own name and surname. Okay, so and one more thing I want to show you is that we can have protected properties as well. So this age property cannot be accessed outside of that person class. It cannot be accessed right here. It cannot be accessed right here. It cannot be even accessed in the student class. But if I change that age property into protected, okay, after this I can actually access this in the student class. So I can write this age equals to 18, for example. Save and refresh, and we don't see any error. It works just fine, and we can print that student right here. Save and refresh, and here we have it. And we also have that age protected, which turns out to be null. So it is null because we set right here 18, but in the parent constructor it is set to null. So what we can do is that first call the parent constructor and then call our property sets, and the age property will be 18. Look at this. However, if that age property is private, when I try to access right here, PHP Storm also gives me an error about that, but in the browser we will see right here we should see an error. We don't actually see that error. Okay, let's see, and I think that happens because it dynamically creates that private property. Okay, so we cannot access that private property outside of that person class, but right here it created its own property of that student. Okay, so there is age 18 and age person private. This age comes from the person, and that age belongs to that student. Okay, that's all about object-oriented programming. As I mentioned, it's a large topic and it cannot be covered in this short video. So I really encourage you to find out more about this. There exist a lot of videos and a lot of resources to read about that. Okay, let's move on the next topic. The next topic is CURL. So I'm gonna remove this and close all of that, index.php. And let's open CURL on the right side as well. So here we have it. So generally, what is CURL? CURL is a tool which gives you possibility to interact remotely to other services, to other resources. Okay, so for example, I want to get the information from the following URL. So I'm going to use a CURL for that. We have already seen that I can actually get the users from that URL using file get contents, right? But sometimes file get contents is blocked in terms of some security policies, okay? And file get contents also cannot be used if we want to pass some additional headers to the request, or if we want to post some information. It cannot be used for that. Okay, this is the place where we need to use CURL. So I'm going to use CURL init function to start this URL. And I'm going to specify right here the URL that I want to start it on the following URL. And this finally creates a resource and returns that resource. Okay, so we have seen at the beginning when I was explaining variables right here that we have 7 variable types like the following ones, and we explored these 5 immediately, and later we explored arrays, we explored objects about object-oriented programming. The instances are basically objects, and here is the resource. The resource basically is the following thing, okay, which is returned from this URL. Okay, so we created that resource, and now we want to set a couple of options on that resource. So I'm going to use CURL setOpt function, specify the resource on which I want to set the option. I'm going to specify also constant CURL opt return transfer, and that corresponds to true. So basically on that resource, I set the following key to be true. And after this, I'm going to call CURL exec, which makes the execution on the resource and returns the result. Okay, that's the user's JSON, and we can immediately print that result. Save and refresh in the browser, and here we see that result. So view page source, and right here we have that. Okay, so if we want to get the status code of that, we need to use CURL getInfo function and specify the resource. Okay, so if we just call that function just like this one, this returns a lot of information, and we can print that and have a look. Refresh, and we have a lot of information right here, the URL and the content type and the header size and the HTTP code and so on. Okay, but when we call this CURL getInfo, we can also specify CURL info HTTP code. Okay, CURL, what's wrong? CURL info HTTP code. Okay, this one. And finally, this is the response code. So I'm going to call it code, save and refresh. And right here we see that response code. Okay, so when we make a CURL execution and get the result, then we need to call CURL close. Okay, CURL close. Provide the resource. After we call that CURL resource, we cannot actually get any info on that CURL. So this code is okay and it works, but if I put that CURL close before that CURL info, right here, this code returns basically Boolean false because the resource is already closed and we cannot read that. Okay, so now I'm going to make a post request on that endpoint to create a user in the following API. Okay, so for this, I'm going to create CURL init again. And in this case, I don't pass the URL. I'm going to show you a different approach. This returns a resource. Okay, then I'm going to call CURL set opt. We have set opt and we have set opt array. So in this case, I'm going to specify set opt array, provide the resource, and array is a second argument. Okay, and right here, I'm going to specify CURL opt a URL. So the URL on which I want to make request is the following. Okay, CURL opt return transfer indicates true, which means that I want to actually get the response. Okay, CURL opt post. So I have to specify that this needs to be a post because I'm going to create a new user. Okay, CURL opt post fields are the user what I want to actually create. Okay, now I'm going to create a sample user, or I'm going to copy and paste that sample user, and it's going to be an associative array like this one. And inside the post fields, I'm going to specify JSON encode user. Okay, so this is the user I want it to be created. And after this, I call CURL exec, pass the resource, and that finally creates the resource. And this returns also result. Okay, and we can close this URL, close on the resource, and we can print out the following result, which will be the user created in that API. Save and refresh. And down below, somewhere right here, let's comment the other code. Okay, comment the following, refresh, and here we see that. So this basically is, okay, what is this actually? So this is, no, this is not correct. So yeah, one thing I missed right here is the HTTP header. So right here we get very weird response. Okay, that's because we haven't specified the HTTP header. So we have to specify right here CURL opt HTTP header. Okay, we need to tell the API that the content I'm sending to you is JSON. Okay, so we have to specify right here an array content content type. I'm specifying right here is application /JSON. Okay, and comma right here. Okay, so using this, I'm telling that I'm sending you a JSON. Let's save and refresh. And right here we see that user. So we'll page source, and this is the user which was created in that API, in that JSON placeholder REST API. Okay, and the ID was assigned to that user, which is 11. Okay, so again, CRL is a very powerful tool, and it can be used for many purposes. It can be used for uploading files, downloading files, for passing some authentication, and so on. Okay, there are a lot of tools built on CRL, and I encourage you to check out more about this and find out. Okay, so let's move on the next thing, which will be already a project, and we're going to create product CRUD application, and we're going to do this 3 times. Okay, so first we're going to create this with the easiest possible way, with the knowledge we got so far. Okay, we're going to learn also many things during building this project, like working with the forms, uploading files, and so on. And after this, we're gonna change our code, modify our code, and make it more optimal and much better than it was in the first version. And then we're gonna learn also a couple of other things like auto-loading and Composer, and using that tools, using object-oriented programming, we're gonna come up to custom routing and mini MVC framework, and we're gonna build our product CRUD based on that, which is going to be the best among all these 3 versions of the project. Okay, let's start. And first, we have to create database in MySQL, and we have to create products table. So I'm going to open right now phpMyAdmin, which is a web-based client for MySQL, and we have to create database. So on the left side, right here, we have existing databases. So I have a little bit more, probably you have if you have a fresh new installation of XAMPP. So let's just create new one, hit that new. Right here, let's just call this products_CRUD, and I'm going to choose UTF-8 and before Unicode CI, which works best for me in all cases. So let's just create this, and we have to create also table for products. So I'm going to call the table products, and I'm going to add 6 columns right here and hit go. So the first column, which will be ID, that's going to be an integer, and I'm going to tick right here that it is an auto increment, so it will also pick up the index primary. So that's going to be our primary key of the table. We're going to have title, which will be varchar, okay, and let's give it 512 maximum length, and that should be required, so I'm not going to tick that checkbox, okay, it should be unticked. So we're going to have description as well, which will be a long text or text. Let's pick up long text. So let's give it a long text, okay, and right here I'm going to make this optional, okay. Tick the checkbox. We're going to also have image, which will be varchar of 2048, and I'm going to make this optional as well. And we're going to have also price of the product, which I'm going to make decimal of probably 10 by 2. Okay, and this is the maximum. Okay, let's give it 10 by 2, but the price should be required. And I'm going to create the last column, which will be create date. So whenever we add the product, this will be picked up and saved in the database automatically. So I'm going to set this date time. Okay, so here we have, let's have a quick overview. Everything looks good. Okay, so let's scroll down and I'm going to hit this save. Okay, so the table was actually created. Okay, now let's create a couple of records right there. So I'm going to go into insert, and the ID will be picked up automatically, so I'm going to leave this empty. In title, I'm going to write iPhone 11, for example. This is the first product we are adding. In the description, I'm going to leave empty. The image, I'm going to leave empty. In the price, I'm going to write 2000, for example. And the date, basically, I'm going to set this to current date. Okay, let's add second, for example, Galaxy S20. I'm gonna leave description and image empty. The price basically will be the following, and let's choose the current date, and let's just save this. So if we go in the browse, we see these 2 records in the database. Okay, Perfect. Now let's start implementing our CRUD application. So I'm going to open right here that 14 product CRUD, and let's open now PHP Storm. I'm going to open this on a full screen as well and start. So right here, this is the index.php, and whenever we open that index.php, we would like to see the product list, okay, including image, title, and price. The description might be very large, so let's don't display the description in the list. So I'm going to right now use Bootstrap for user interface. Okay, so let's open getbootstrap.com, go to the documentation, scroll down, and I'm going to choose that starter template. Copy this one and paste in the index.php. Okay, so we don't actually need, which version is this, by the way? So yeah, this looks good. So yeah, we don't need JavaScript actually. We're not going to use that. So I'm going to remove all script tags from here. We will need CSS to make it a little bit nicer, and I'm going to change the title into products CRUD. Okay, now we need to display table right here. Okay, so I'm going to choose a table design also from here. Scroll down, and I'm going to pick the very first one and paste right here. Let's format the code, and let's open this index.php in the browser and have a look. So this is how it looks like. Obviously we don't have the Bootstrap CSS included properly. Okay, let's inspect and see what's going on. Refresh that. Okay, something is wrong. So that CSS is not included. Refuse to apply styles because the MIME type application XML is not supported. Style sheet. Very strange. Let's open this in a new tab. Okay, I think Bootstrap has some bugs at the moment. Okay, so let's search for or let's just download the CSS, but let's search for CDN, Bootstrap CDN. That should actually work. So right here, let's pick the following link and paste this right here. Okay, let's refresh it, and here we have it. So something was wrong with that link which we just grabbed from the Bootstrap's official documentation. I don't know why, to be honest, but yeah, we have the result. So this is the products CRUD. So I'm going to also create app CSS right here and put there just a little bit of padding on the body, padding 50 pixel. Let's save that, and I'm going to include that right here, link to be app CSS. Cool. So we have that little bit of padding. Okay, perfect. Now what we need to do is to make a query in the database right here, select that products and display in the table. And of course we have to adjust the columns which are displayed right here. Okay, so let's first make a connection to the database and select that products, okay, and just dump and to have a look. Okay, so again, I want to highlight that we are right now building a version which very beginner would build. Okay, so we have to go with the easiest possible ways, and the easiest possible way right now is to create PHP tags right here and make a connection to the database. Okay, so we're going to use PDO for this. So PDO, basically there are two ways to make a connection to the database. One is MySQLi and second is PDO. I really encourage you to go with PDO because it is more powerful, it supports multiple databases, it is object oriented, and there are a couple of other advantages. Okay, so how we can connect to the database? We have to create an instance of the PDO class. So PDO is new PDO, and I'm going to specify a couple of arguments right here. First is DSN string, which defines the connection string of the database. So I'm going to specify that I want to connect to MySQL database. Okay, the host where I'm going to connect is localhost. Okay, we have MySQL installed locally. Okay, the port I'm going to connect is 3306. This is the default port of MySQL. Okay, and that port is also displayed in XAMPP control panel. Okay, we have to also specify the database name on which I want to connect, and we called our database to be products CRUD. So I'm gonna write here products CRUD. Okay, so this is the first argument, which is called DSN string, and the second argument is the user. So the user on the XAMPP installation in most cases, in all cases basically, is root, and the password for Windows is an empty password. So using this, we actually already establish a connection to the database. But we need to tell PDO what should do if the connection was not successfully done. Okay, so I'm going to specify right here on PDO set attribute, and we have to specify PDO error mode, which means the attribute of error mode to be PDO error mode exception. Okay, so when there is some error during that connection, just throw an exception. Okay, so let's just save this and refresh the browser, and if we don't see any error, this means that the connection was successfully established. We're gonna show this. So refresh, we don't see anything, which means that we're good. But if I change the name of the database, okay, so let's add like S, one more S right here, save and refresh, and here we see unknown database products with double S CRUD. Okay, so this tells us that we successfully connected to the database. Now we need to make a query in the database and select all the products. Okay, so on PDO we have to call prepare. Okay, we can actually do this using exec, but it's not very good way and very like best practice. Okay, so exec is more recommended to make some changes in the database schema. Okay, if we want to select, let's always use prepared statements. So in the prepared statement, I'm going to specify the query, select everything from products, and let's just order them by the create date in descending. Okay, order by create underscore date descending. Okay, so this prepare method finally returns a statement, okay, which is an instance of PDO statement, and on that statement we can actually call execute, which will make that query in the database, and then on that statement we can call fetch all method, and we have to specify right here how I would like to fetch that. Okay, and I'm going to specify fetch assoc, which means that I want each record inside the table to be fetched as an associative array. Okay, and let's save that in a variable of products, and I'm going to dump this right here, that products array, and let's have a look in the browser. So here we have it. So we have an array of 2 elements, okay, and we have 2 records in the database as well, and each of the element is an associative array of the column name and the value. So ID is 1, title is iPhone 11, description and image are null, price is this, create date is this, and here is for the second one. Okay, now we just need to iterate over each element and just display them in the table. Okay, so let's remove this var dump, scroll down where we have the table, and first let's adjust the columns. So let's put image first, and put then title, then put, we don't need description, so let's just put price. Let's put right here create date as well, and put their actions column where we're going to put edit and delete buttons. Okay, so we have totally 6 columns. In the first column we display just the index of that product. Okay, now we need to iterate the products we just selected right here and display them properly. Okay, right here where we have these tr elements, 3 tr elements, which is copied and pasted from Bootstrap, let's just leave one, and we need to put that tr in the for each. Okay, so let's just cut this and write PHP for each. Okay, so we have to specify products. I want to iterate over products, and I'm gonna call each individual product name of product, and right here we're gonna output the tr which I just copied. But I'm gonna right here close the PHP tag, okay, right here, and I'm gonna start new tag, right here. Okay, so in between these for each start and for each end, I can write an HTML. Okay, if I just save this and refresh in the browser, we see two records, the same ones. So that happens because we have two products, the for each loop iterates 2 times, and it displays the same tr. Okay, I'm going to show you also a second way how you can write for each, which is generally what I prefer, and I generally write like this. Okay, so we put colon right here, okay, and down below I'm going to write end for each. So this is generally how I write inside HTML files, the for each. Okay, but you can choose the previous one, this one if you prefer. Okay, so perfect. Now we need to display index right here. So let's take out the index of this for each loop. So I'm going to call right here I, and the I basically is an index and the product is the product. And right here we just output I plus 1, because the iteration starts with 0 and we don't want 0 to be displayed in the first column, we want it to start with 1. Okay, in the second column we display the title. Okay, so the product, each product is an associative array, so we just access the title of that product. So I'm going to delete these 2 lines and just duplicate these few times. We need right here the first we need image and then title. So we have not actually implemented image yet, so I'm going to leave this td empty. Then we display title, then we display price, then we display create underscore date, and right here we should display 2 buttons, one for edit and second for delete. Okay, so let's go to the Bootstrap documentation for buttons, and right here we can choose the buttons we prefer. I'm going to go with outline buttons, the following ones. So I'm going to copy the very first one and paste right here, and I'm going to call this edit, and I'm going to just duplicate this and change the primary into danger and call this delete. Okay, so let's just save this and have a look in the browser. Refresh, and here we see the products. Okay, the image is empty, index and title and everything is displayed properly. I'm going to change the button size into smaller ones. I don't want that large buttons. btn sm. Save, refresh, perfect. Okay, let's go ahead and add one more product, and I'm going to call this iPhone SE probably. Let's give it a price. Okay, and let's give it date as well, and click the go, and it was inserted. Refresh it, and here we see that SE as a very first one, because we are just sorting this in a descending order. Now let's implement creating a form, create form of the product. So first let's add create button right here above the table. So I'm going to create a paragraph, and inside the paragraph I'm going to create a button which will have a class of btn success. These are just Bootstrap classes, and I'm going to call this create. So have a look. Here we have. So let's just call it create product, and we have to also change this into an anchor link instead of a button, because we're going to add href right there. And I'm going to put right here create.php. Okay, so whenever we click on that link, it should open create.php. So if I click right now, it tells me not found because that create.php doesn't exist. So let's just create that. So right here, we need that create.php. Okay, inside that create.php, we have to include that bootstrap and everything basically regarding styling, what we have in index.php. Okay, so we are doing this as a beginner, and the main thing for us is to achieve the final goal and have it working. So, and let's just copy everything from index into create. Okay, and adjust a couple of things. So we will need connection to the database, but we don't need to select the product, so I'm going to remove that select. We will need that stylings in Bootstrap and App CSS, and that the title should be basically create new product. Okay, let's just do like this. And we need, instead of a table right here, we need a form. Okay, so let's open Bootstrap documentation and search for form. Okay, scroll down. This is the very basic example of the form. I'm going to copy this and paste right here, format the code, and have a look in the browser. So here we have that create new product, but we need to adjust that form elements, right? So I'm going to remove that for and ID and make this as simple as possible. So we don't want ID. I'm going to remove that. Oops, I'm going to remove that area described by. So this thing. So I'm going to remove that ID, or we just don't need that small at all. So this is going to be email. No, this is going to be a product title. Okay. And this should be input type text, and we need to give it a name as well, but I'm going to leave this without names to show you one important thing. So then I'm going to just delete everything and copy and paste this. Okay, few more times. So one will be for title, second will be for actually the first one should be product image, which will be input type file. Then we're going to have title, then we're going to have description, which should be text area. It should not be input. Okay, then, and the text area doesn't need that type. Then we're going to have product price, and that is basically all. The product price should be number. Okay, and I'm going to give it also step 0.01. Okay, so that the price of the product can be can include decimal numbers as well, like 5.25 or something like this. Okay, so let's have a look in the browser. So this is the product image, and let's just remove the form control on the input type file. We don't need that. Refresh. So, and we put BR right here. So that's good enough. So we have that. We have product title, description, price, and that is basically all. Okay, so whenever we hit the submit, we want to get that submitted information and create a product in the database, in the MySQL. Okay, how to do that? So right now, if I click the submit, it actually submits the form, but nothing happens. Okay, in the form, we have to specify two attributes. So the action defines where the form needs to be submitted. And in our case, we're going to submit on the same file. So the create PHP should be where the data should be sent. Okay. If we want the same file to be used for submitting, we can even put this and leave it empty. Okay. And the second attribute is method. Generally, when we create or update or delete something in the database, we should do this using method post. Okay, it is much more secure, and I'm going to show you the difference between get and post. First, let's leave it get, and by default, if you just don't provide the method attribute, it is get. So let's leave it get and just hit the submit, and nothing basically happens. So that because the input fields does not have names. Whenever we submit that, the form takes the names of the input fields, and that's why we have to specify right here names, and that's going to be image, this will be title, this will be description, and this will be price. Save that, refresh, and now when I hit the submit, look at this in the URL. So right here we see question mark, image equals, then end symbol, title equals, end symbol, description equals, end symbol, and price equals, and that's the end. So this, what is this? So this is called very often query string. I'm going to copy and paste this right here and just explore this, okay? So here we have it. And query string starts with question mark, so we don't need that question mark. And query string basically is key value pairs separated by that end statement. So in our case, the key is the image and the value is empty string, okay? So right here, we don't have any value for image, so it is an empty string. Then we have an end symbol, and then we have title equals to an empty string, and description equals to an empty string, and price equals to empty string. So if I just put some information right here, okay, so for example, I don't know, 1 plus, description, some description, and let's provide some price, hit the submit button, and look at this. So in the URL right now, we don't see empty strings. Let's paste this right here. We see image is empty, but title is 1 plus, and description is some description, and price is 1, 2, 3. Okay, so this is how we can pass the get information. And this is basically when you pass information using method get, what we specified right here, the data is displayed in the URL. So that's why if you want to pass some sensitive information like the username and password when you do a login form, you should not use get. You should also not use get when you want to make some changes in the database. The get, using get will be a good example if you want to make a search form, for example. So you make a search form, and we're going to do that search form also in that products CRUD application, and you make with the method get, and basically in the URL there will be written the search keyword, and that's it. So the advantage of having search inside the query string or making the search form using method get is that it is in the URL. Okay, so when you submit the form using get, the parameters are in the URL, and if you just copy and paste that URL and send it to someone else, he or she can see the same information what you are seeing. Okay, for a post, nothing is added in the URL, nothing is displayed in the URL. Okay, so we need to do this with the method post. But if I do this, but before I do this, I'm going to show you the information, how I can get the information from the get. So I'm going to use a super global get. So in PHP, there are a couple of super globals, and all of the super globals have the following syntax. So they are variables, like they start with a $sign, and they in the naming they have underscore and then some name, like cookie, session, server, get, and so on. In this case, we want to get. Okay, so let's dump everything from the get, save and refresh. And right here, I see all the sent information, which we also see in the URL. Okay, so if I change something and right here print image is equal test.png, for example, we see that image test.png is just provided right here as well. If I remove title from here and hit the enter, title also disappears. Okay, basically everything what is displayed in the query string after the question mark is get, and you can get that information from the super global get. Okay, but as I mentioned, in this case we want method post, so I'm going to change this into post. Okay, so now I'm going to remove this question mark and query string, and basically get is empty at the moment, and now I'm going to print post. So underscore post. Let's fill up the form. This is going to be 1 plus some description, some price, hit the enter, and here we see the post information. Okay, That's perfect. Now we want to take that and save in the database, but we also want to pass image. Okay, so let's first do this without image and then add an image there. Okay, so we have title, description, price. Title and price are absolutely mandatory, so we can actually validate if the title and price is not provided, then we're gonna throw an error. Okay, so we would like to take that information, title, description, and price, and send it to the database. How to get that? So we have all that information in the post, so we want to take that from post. So I'm going to create right here title equals post add title. Okay, I want to take out the title from post, and we also want to take description from post, and we want also to take price from post. So we have that information, and now we're going to make an insert in the database. So for this, we create prepared statement using prepare method on PDO. So we write insert into products. Okay, we want to insert in the following columns: title, image, description, and price, and create date. Okay, we want to insert in these columns, and we have to right here specify what's going to be the values when we're going to make an insert. Okay, so values needs to be some sort of strings. Okay, very often beginners take that values which are submitted and put directly right here. Okay, so imagine that the title is 1+. Okay, or just make it very simple and let the title be test. Okay, so the test needs to be passed right here. Okay, and it must be written in the single quotations. Okay, like test, something like this. And the same thing happens for image. And right now we don't implement image at the moment, so I'm going to leave this empty string, and the description needs to be some description, and the price needs to be some price. Okay, and we also need date, by the way, which should be the current date. Okay, we're going to implement the date as well, but we have to put right here variables instead of these hard-coded strings. Okay, so very often, as I mentioned, beginners take the values and directly put this right here. Okay, so we are using right here double quotations, so we can use the variables inside that string. Okay, for image we'll leave empty. For description we can write the description. For price we can write the price. As for the date, we can create a separate variable for that, date, which is the current date, and we're going to format the current date as the MySQL needs. So MySQL needs in the following format: year, month, day, hour, minute, and second. Okay, and I'm going to pass this date in single quotations as well, because when we make an insert in the database, everything must be a string. Well, the price must not be string. It can be, because it is a decimal, it can be just like this without that single quotations. Okay, so we have that prepare, and basically we don't. So here's the important thing. So if we do like this, and very often, as I mentioned, like the beginners do like this, they also run with exec. So this exec takes the following query and directly runs it in the database. And if I execute this, we're going to already see a record in the database. So let's just save this and refresh. So continue, resubmit the form, and have a look in the database. And here we see that 1+ with description and image as an empty string, and the price and the date. So everything looks good. So why we should not do this approach? Okay, so the reason is that just putting the concatenating that variable with the query string is very unsafe. Okay, because whoever is filling up your form may provide SQL injection code, and that can cause dropping of your whole table or deleting some data or things like the bad things. Okay, so we should not do modifications of the database data using this exec method and using this concatenation. Okay, whenever we get some data from the user and we want to put that user in the database, we have to use prepared statements. So I'm going to right here change this into prepare. Okay, and that's going to be insert into products with the following columns, and instead of values right here, and that should be, by the way, called values. Okay, so I'm gonna create named parameters. Okay, that's the feature of PDO. So colon title is the first name parameter, colon image is the second, colon description is third, colon price, and colon date. So all these are named parameters. And finally, this prepares the statement and returns that. Okay, so what do we need to do right now? So we need to save this in a statement variable, and on that statement I'm going to call bind value method. Okay, so in the bind value I just provide the named parameter, for example title, and the value I want to bind instead of that main named parameter. Okay, so I'm telling to PDO statement that, hey, the title named parameter is the following value. Okay, and we have to repeat the same thing for others, like image in this case is an empty string. We're gonna implement this in a moment. So description is description. We need price as well, and date. That should be the following variable. Okay, after this we run execute method on the statement, and finally this makes a change in the database, writes an insert in the database, and that's basically all. So if I just refresh the form right here and have a look in the database, we can see that 1 plus second time right here. So if I continue refreshing this, okay, the records will be made in the database. Okay, but our code is not perfect, simply because if we just try to open that form, it prints a lot of errors. And why does this happen? Okay, so I'm gonna pause right here and think about it. Why does this happen? Okay, this happens because we don't have anything in the post. The post basically is empty. So when we are opening that form, the title, description, price on the following lines 7, 8, and 9, all of them are empty. Okay, and even more, the method on which we're opening that page is get. Okay, that's why the whole post is empty. Okay, and we can dump the whole post and have a look right here. Dump the whole post. I'm going to exit right here as well, refresh, and this is our post. Okay, so what do we need to do? We need to check if the request method was post, then we need to take that data from the post. How to check what is the current request method? Is it a post or is it a get? We have to use super global server. So I'm going to dump the server right now and exit. So let's have a look. This is our server. And if we observe, the server contains a lot of information. Okay, it contains the MySQL home directory, PHP version, the current user agent, which browser we are using, and many other information. Okay, the operating system information and so on. What we need to do right here is method. So let's search for method, and here we have request method, and this indicates that the method is get. So if I just remove exit right here and refresh, so the method is get, we don't see anything right here, simply because we have some fatal errors. Okay, but if we submit that form, the request method will be post. Okay, so we need to do something like this. So if super global servers request method equals to post, only in this case take the title, description, price from the post and make an insert in the database. Okay, we need to do this only if the request method is post. So now if we open that form and remove that server variable if we open that form, we don't see any error. Okay, so if I open that form, it looks good, and it also doesn't make any records in the database because this is written inside an if statement and the request method is get in this case. But let's just print the request method. Okay, server request method right here. Let's put here as well, and let's just submit the form. So title, description, price, hit the enter, and here we see that now request method is post, and in the database we should also see one more record, and here we have title, description, and the price. Okay, so this works also very well. We need to make validations also. So if the title or price is not provided, we have to print the error. Okay, so how to do that? So we can just easily check if the title does not exist. Basically, if the title is an empty string, it is a falseable value. Okay, and if the title is an empty string, that if will be satisfied because we have a not right here. Okay, so if the title is empty string and we just write if title, so this if won't be satisfied. If I put right here not, in this case it will be satisfied. So if the title is an empty string, in this case we need to write some error. Okay, so like the product title is required. Okay, and we need to do the same thing for price. So we can have several errors, and right now I'm going to create errors array. Okay, and whenever I have that errors, I'm going to display that errors array at the top of the form right here. Okay, so right here I'm gonna put a bootstrap alert. Okay, that should be div with alert class, alert danger. Okay, and I'm gonna iterate over errors, PHP for each errors as error, and I'm gonna end for each, use the end for each syntax, PHP end for each, and I'm gonna display right here a div with the error message. Okay, just like this one. So let's just write here, if title is not provided, errors, inside the errors, let's just push please provide the product title, or just product title is required. Okay, and we need to do the same thing for price. So if price is not provided, inside the errors, let's just push product price is required. Okay, let's just save this and submit the empty form. So we open that empty form, and here we have another error that happens on line 15. That happens because right here we are using errors, but it is not actually described. Okay, so we have that error description describing the error inside if statement, if the request method is post. So we just need to put this at the very top. So I can write these things immediately at the very top, but I want to show you the problems beginners come across and then how to solve these problems. Okay, so just I knew when I wrote errors right here that there would be an error down below, but I just want to make mistakes and then fix them. Okay, so we have errors right here. And let's just remove this request method. We don't need. We understood how to print the request method. Now, if we have a look, okay, we don't see the error, but we see that empty red background area, which is not good, right? And we see this because we are always displaying the alert, even though the errors array is empty. Okay, so we can write an if statement. If errors is empty, and we can use empty method for that. If errors is not empty, more correctly, if errors is not empty, display the following alert. And down below we need end if. Okay, just like we are using end for each, we can use end if we are using that colon syntax. Okay, save, refresh, and looks good. Okay, when we open the form, we don't see anything extra. Now, if I hit the submit button, I see both of the errors. Product title is required, product price is required, but still the record is made in the database because we have not actually written the corresponding code. Okay, so when we set errors right here, we need to check if errors is empty. Only in this case, make an insert in the database. Okay, so if errors is empty, let's just use the empty function. Only in this case, make an insert in the database. And now, if I just hit the submit button and have a look in the database, it doesn't make inserts in the database. Okay, perfect. If I provide something in the title, okay, test product, and hit the submit button, I see one error only about product price. Okay, and it also does not make record in the database, which is very good, which is exactly what we want. Okay, so if I provide both, like the product title and product price, it will make an insert in the database. But one important thing as well, so if I just don't provide the product price and hit the submit, the product price the product title which I entered right here simply disappears. Okay, so we need management for that as well. Okay, so we just want the title to be displayed right here. So how to do that? So we have title, description, and price variables right here. So if we can just use them right down below when we render the form and assign the value back. So if I just write value equals PHP echo title, so let's just write title back inside that product title. Okay, so if I refresh this right here, I see that product title is displayed, but this code has some error. So it is not very good solution doing just like this. And I'm gonna pause right here for several seconds, think about it, what problem this might have, and then see my solution. Okay, the problem is that if I just open that form using method get, I see that error undefined variable title. Because again, the title is described inside that if statement, and we are accessing right here when it is not actually described yet. So what we need to do is that let's create a variable title with an empty string right here. Okay, and that should fix the problem. Okay, we don't see this anymore. And let's do the same thing for price as an empty string and for description. Okay, now let's just use that price and description down below as well. So inside the text area, we're going to display description, and down below inside the price, we're going to display the price. Okay, now if I provide price but don't provide the title, hit the submit button, I still see that price is provided. And if I just provide also some description and hit the submit button, both of them stays there. It only complains about the title. Okay, so the validations are also done, which is very good. Now what we need to do is to upload the file. Okay, so how to do that? So let's choose one file. So let's go to the pictures PHP course, and I'm going to choose right here that image and hit that submit button. But of course it won't do anything because we don't handle uploading an image. Okay, so now it's time to introduce one more super global variable, which is called files. Okay, super global variable files contains all the uploaded files. So I'm going to exit right here, stop execution for the rest of the code, and let's just have a look at the files. So also one important notice. So if I just submit that form, my files will be empty. In order to be able to upload the files, we need to add an attribute to that form. Okay, and that attribute should be enctype multipart form data. Okay, using this, basically I'm telling the form that I'm gonna submit files. Okay, so let's open the create form. Let's actually comment that yet, open the form. I'm going to choose the file, and then I'm going to uncomment this and hit the submit. And here we see the uploaded file. Okay, it has key of file image, and that key basically is what we gave in the form right here. Okay, this is the key. and the value is an array of key value pairs. It's an associative array. This is the original name of the image we uploaded. This is the MIME type. This is the TMP name, and this TMP name is basically what we need to use. So whenever you upload a file, Apache saves this in a temporary directory, okay? And this is where Apache saved that uploaded file. So you have one request to move that file into a permanent storage, permanent folder, and then the file will be deleted, okay? So right now in this request, when we upload the file, we have to take from that temp name and move it somewhere else, okay? And that means that we successfully uploaded that file, okay? And this is the file size. So whenever we move this somewhere, we have to also put in the database the location of the image so that we can use that location when rendering products in the list, okay? So how to do that? We need to also associate somehow that this image is connected to that product, not only in the database level in the column, but on the file system level as well. So let's start with very easy steps, and let's just directly move that uploaded file to somewhere, okay? So for example, if there are no errors, if we don't have any errors about the title and price, let's just put right here uploading an image, okay? So first we need to check if the image was actually uploaded. It is an optional and it might not be uploaded, right? So we get image from superglobal files for key image, okay? But if that image is not presented in the superglobal files, let's just take the image to be null, okay? Then we need to check if the image is not null, if the image exists. So we have to save that image somewhere, okay? So for this, I'm going to use move uploaded file function. We have to specify from where we want to move that uploaded file, and this is going to be the path, okay? So it's going to be the image TMP name, okay? The TMP name, so from image TMP name, we want to move that somewhere else. So for now, I'm just going to move it into test.png, okay? Or JPG. Let's just make it JPG because it is actually JPG, okay? So this is how I'm going to do this, and I'm going to exit right here, okay? I don't want the record to be inserted in the database. I just want the uploaded file to be saved on the file system, okay? So let's just save this and refresh. We have exit above, so I'm going to remove that exit, refresh, and let's have a look on the left. Right here we should see that uploaded image, but we don't see for some reason because the errors is not empty, okay? So because errors is not empty, we just don't see. So let's just provide title and some price, hit the submit. Let's just choose the file also, hit the submit, and right here we see that test.jpg, and that is the file we just uploaded, okay? So perfect. Now what we can do is that write that information test.png in the database. But this is not perfect. You know why? Because two products might have uploaded files with the same name, okay? And the latest one will overwrite this one, okay? So when we upload the file, we need to make sure that the path of that file should be unique for that product and won't be the same for another one, or it will just overwrite, okay? This is another mistake many beginner developers actually make. So they just upload that file. So we can even do like this. So this is the product, and this is the actual name of the image we're uploading. So instead of putting this in test.png, many beginners put this in its own original name, like the image name, okay? Save that, and whenever I refresh that form, it's uploaded on the with the following name, okay? And that should actually belong to that specific product, what we are creating right now. But the thing is that if we just create another product and upload the same image, the second uploading will overwrite this one, okay? Which is not very good, okay? Which is not correct, I would say. So we have to make sure that we save that image in a unique path for that product. So one solution is to wait until we save that product in the database, take that product's ID, okay, create a folder and give it an ID as a name of the folder, and put the image inside that folder. So we are sure that every product has a unique ID, and we will have unique folders for that product, and we can have each image of that product inside that folder. Or we can even call our image the product ID .png or .jpg, whatever it will be. But in this case, we have to wait until that product is saved, take the ID, save that on the file system, and then we have to also update the image inside the database, because in the database we need to write what is the actual path of that product, okay, so that to get that later. So another common behavior is to generate a random name folder and put the image inside that random name folder, okay? So how to actually do this? So we need to create a function basically for generating a random string, okay? So let's do the following approach. Okay, so I'm actually going to copy and paste that function. So, and I'm going to explain, of course. So I'm going to paste that function right here, random string, and let's have a look. So we have characters right here from 0 to 9, from A to Z, and from uppercase A to uppercase Z. Okay, and we want to generate a random string out of these characters, and we pass n as a length of that string. Okay, I want to generate n length random string. So what do? So we iterate from 0 to n, and we call a random function, rand function, from 0 to the length of that string. Okay, so the rand function accepts minimum and maximum. Okay, this is the maximum, and creates generates a random number for in between these intervals, like the minimum and the maximum. And we are sure that when we run this random with 0 and str length of characters -1, it will pick an index from 0 to the length of the string. Okay, and then we take the actual character from the characters based on the index. Okay, so if random index will be, I don't know, whatever is the index of the C, then C character will be picked up, and it will be concatenated to the string str variable and saved back inside the str. Then another random character will be picked up, for example the uppercase C, and it will be concatenated to the C itself, and so on. Okay, and using this approach we actually have possibility to generate a random string with the given length. So I'm going to use that random string right here above. Okay, before actually calling that move uploaded file. Okay, so right here we're gonna write how to make an actual like the random directory. So I'm gonna do like this. I'm gonna make all images inside an images folder right here. Okay, just don't create the random directories immediately right here. Okay, but create an images folder so to have them all together. Okay, so I'm going to write if image is uploaded, then, or we can do this even out there. So right here. So if the directory doesn't exist, images directory, okay, if that doesn't exist, I'm going to put not right here, then mkdir, create images directory. Okay, so whenever the following code is executed, very first time actually, so right here we don't have that images folder, it will create that images folder. Okay, very well. So now down below we have to actually create that random directory. So how to do that? and we have to also create the image path. So image path will be, so where the actual image should be saved, and that's going to be images inside the images folder, random string for the length of 8, and then we're going to provide the actual uploaded image name. Okay, that's going to be the image path, and let's just dump the following image path and have a look. And I'm going to exit right here, save and refresh, and here we see that image path. So inside images folder, inside that random directory, this is going to be the image. Okay, if I refresh this, I see that random directory actually changes, okay, right here. So we are sure that this will be unique. So there's very small chance to generate two random strings of length 8 with the same like the sequence of the characters. Okay, there's very small chance for that. So we are creating a unique path for that image. Okay, and that image path can be used down below when making insert in the database. Okay, so I'm going to specify image path right here. However, that image path is also created inside the if statement right here. Okay, and if the image is not uploaded, on the following line we're going to see an error that the image path does not exist. So let's just create that image path right here, equals to an empty string. Okay, now I'm going to create a folder with this random string path and then upload image inside. So I'm going to use mkdir again and specify right here dir name function. So the dir name function accepts the file path and returns the directory where that file path is located. So I'm going to specify image path, which is the following image, and it will return the following path. So we have to create directory with the following path. And when we do this, we can already run the move uploaded file, but right here we need to specify actual image path where we want to upload that image, and save that and refresh and have a look. So something is actually wrong. No, nothing is wrong. Let's have a look in the database, refresh it, and right here we see that image. Okay, so this is the product, and here we have that image. And if we have a look in the file system, on the left side we see images folder. Inside images folder we see that random name, and inside that random name we see that image which we just uploaded. Okay, so I'm going to delete that files. Okay, and that is basically all about creating product. Okay, the last thing what we need to do is to redirect user to the index page when the product is actually created. Okay, so for this I'm going to use header function, and I'm going to specify the header which basically points to redirect. So location header corresponds to index.php. Okay, let's just redirect user to the index.php and save that and go to the products CRUD. Let's just remove that files, we don't need that, and let's just create one product. Okay, Galaxy Note 20. Okay, with some description, with optional description, with some price. Okay, and let's choose image as well and hit the submit, and we are redirected to the index page, and we see Galaxy Note 20 right here. If we have a look in the database, we see that it has also image. However, if I create one product without an image, we should not see that. Okay, so refresh right here, and here we have another problem. So we basically see that images slash in the folder, so which is not correct. So we have a problem, we need to fix that. Okay, and this actually happens because that image was actually existed. Okay, so if I dump that image right here, okay, and exit immediately. Okay, let's go to the products page and create test product with price, hit the enter, this is our image. So even though we didn't choose image, it still exists with everything empty, but it still exists. So we need to check right here if image exists and the image also has TMP name. In this case, let's run the following code. Okay, so let's just remove this var dump, refresh it. Let's have a look in the database, and the last product doesn't have image at all. Okay, perfect. Now it's time to implement outputting image right here. Okay, so let's go to the index.php, scroll down, and right here we need to output that image. Okay, so it's very easy now. We have to create image tag with the source, and right here we have to output product image. Okay, just like this. Save and refresh, and here we see that huge image, which we should not see, of course, that huge. So I'm going to open up CSS. Actually, I'm going to give also that image class, image tag, some class. Okay, so let's give it a class of like the thumb image. Okay, so let's go to the app CSS and give it a width of 50 pixel. Okay, save that and refresh, and probably we need to clear cache and refresh like that. Right click, empty cache and hard reload, and here we see that product images. Okay, for this one it is broken because it just has a folder, it doesn't have an actual image. Okay, so now it's time to implement delete and then update. Okay, but first let's do delete because it's easier and we can clean up some products. Okay, so how to do that? Let's go to the index.php, and whenever we click that delete button, it should redirect us to the delete PHP. So I'm going to change this into an anchor link. Inside href, I'm going to provide delete.php, and I'm going to pass the ID of the product which I want to delete. Okay, and I'm going to pass this as a query string. Okay, ID corresponds to product ID. Okay, now if I refresh and click the delete, I see in the URL delete PHP ID equals 13. If I click this on another product, I see ID equals 11. So we have to create that delete PHP. So let's go to the products CRUD, right click, and let's just create delete PHP, and we have to get that ID from the get, super global get, select the product and delete, or just don't select, immediately delete. Okay, so let's take out the ID. So ID equals from super global get, let's just take ID. Okay, but here's one important thing also which needs to be considered. Okay, the ID might not be given. Okay, so we might access these, we have possibility for that. We might access these without the query string. In this case, we have an error undefined index ID. So what we need to do right here, if that get ID exists, then take that ID, otherwise take null. Okay, and we need to check if ID does not exist. If not ID, then redirect user to the index.php. Okay, location index.php, and that's it. We can put exit right here as well. Okay, refresh, and we are redirected to the index.php, which is good. Okay, now we can actually implement and delete that product based on the ID. But I'm going to show you one thing which is also good to consider. Okay, so because when we click that button, it makes change in the database. It actually deletes a record in the database. It's better to do this using method post. Okay, how to do that? So in the index.php, I'm gonna revert this back into button. Okay, and I'm gonna put this button inside form. Okay, and inside that form, I'm gonna create also one input which will be input type hidden, which will have name of ID and the value of the product ID. Okay, so and that button basically does not need href anymore, and its type should be not button but submit. Okay, so whenever I click that button, it should submit that form with method of post, and it should submit that on delete PHP, and it will send that ID as a post value. Okay, so now if I create that delete PHP and take that ID from post instead of get and just dump this ID right here, we will see that ID. Okay, so refresh. So by the way, these buttons are now not next to each other, but they are stacked. So this is because the form is a block level element, so we have to specify right here that its display is inline block, and that's it. So we will see them next to each other. So I click the delete and I see that ID taken from the post, and I don't see that ID also in the URL. Okay, now we need to connect to the database and delete that product. Okay, so I'm going to copy the connection string. Okay, again, I'm highlighting that we are doing this not in an optimal way. We are just focused on to achieve our purpose as quickly as possible. Just I'm trying to teach you as much as I can. Okay, and then we're going to change this and make this improved version, and we're going to learn also some new techniques. So in the delete PHP, I'm going to paste this, and we have to actually make delete. We have to actually create prepared statement down below. Okay, if ID exists, okay, in this case we have to run prepare, that should be delete from products where ID equals :ID. Okay, we have to save that statement. Statement, and we have to bind value. Okay, so this is the :ID, so we have to bind :ID corresponds to ID, and we have to run execute on that. If it is not able to update that, to delete that product, it will throw an exception. However, if it didn't throw an exception, it's successfully deleted, and we're gonna redirect user to the index PHP. Save it, go to the product index page, and I'm gonna hit the delete button right here, and you see that the product is deleted. Okay, so let's just delete unnecessary ones. Cool. We can also check the database that we don't have that much records. Here we have only 6 records now. Okay, so we successfully implemented delete. Now it's time to implement update. Okay, so let's go to the index PHP, and I'm going to change this into anchor link. I'm going to add right there update.php $ID equals to the product ID. Okay, we are not going to use form and button just like we did for the delete, because that just opens the form, that does not run the actual update. Okay, so it should be anchor link with update. We pass the ID, we don't need that button. Okay, and that's it. So we don't have, of course, that update PHP. So if I just click the edit, it will show this not found. So let's go ahead and create that update.php, and we need to copy and paste a couple of logics right here. Okay, so we have to actually render the same form we are rendering in the create PHP, right? So, but if it is an update, we have to also display the user, not the user, sorry, but the image, okay, of the product. So let's copy and paste this on update, and let's make a couple of adjustments. First of all, right here at the top, we get the ID. Okay, and if we didn't get the ID, we need to redirect user to the index PHP. So I'm going to copy the following logic and paste right here, and I'm going to take out now this from get, not from post. Okay, and if we didn't provide ID, it will redirect to the index PHP. Now we have to select the product based on that ID. Okay, so we create statement equals PDO prepare select everything from products where ID equals :ID. Okay, on statement we bind value. This is going to be the ID right here, and then I'm going to call execute, and then I'm going to call fetch, and not fetch all, just fetch, and specify PDO fetch associative array, and that's going to be the product I want. Okay, and I'm going to dump this product right now and exit, don't continue execution. A refresh, and here we see that product we would like to update. So if I provide another ID right here, but let's just pick up the existing ID like the first one, for example. Okay, that's going to be iPhone 11. We have second ID, that's going to be Galaxy S20, and so on. Now we have to populate form with the values, and we should also display the actual image. Okay, so we need to do that. Let's go to the update PHP and scroll down. So the following code is executed when the method is post, so it's not going to be executed when we open that form. So let's just collapse this for now. We have that random string function, so let's just leave this as it is. Scroll down, and right here we have the errors, and probably inside the form right here, let's just display the image. Okay, so we do the following. If the product, selected product, has image there, let's just display it. Okay, and if, and right here I'm gonna display an image with the product image. Okay, excellent. Let's have a look so how this works. So this product doesn't have image. Let's go actually back. So I'm going to create a backlink button from the update PHP. So right here, not actually, let's do above. So let's make a paragraph. Inside the paragraph, I'm going to make an anchor link with href to index.php. Go back to products. Okay, let's see. That should be probably btn secondary. Refresh, and here we have it. Okay, let's click the edit on the product which has image. So here I click edit, and I see that huge image. So I'm going to add a class on that image as well. Right here, let's give it a class of update image. I'm not going to give it a thumb image because it will be very small, so let's make it update image. Let's go to the app CSS and paste update image right here, and let's give it a width of 120 pixels. Okay, refresh, and this is our product image. Okay, if I want to change that product image, I have to choose another one. Okay, but the actual product title, product description, and product price is not populated. Okay, let's scroll up inside that update PHP, and we have that product title, price, and description. And what we can do is that just take the title, price, and description from that product, because it is an associative array. Okay, so product, price, and product description. Okay, save and refresh, and here we see. So it is there. Probably the description is not provided for that special product. That should not be called, by the way, create new product. That should be called update product in the product title, update product, and let's just make it product title. So this is good. And okay, now let's implement the actual updating of the product. Okay, so almost all validations what we have implemented for create will be the same. So we take the title, description, price. So we we don't need the date, by the way, so we should remove this. And if the title and the price is not provided, we run the errors, and then this can be there. So on the product, the creating, that doesn't hurt anybody, so if we can leave it. And if the errors is empty, then we take the image. But what we need to do here is that we need to first delete the old image. So that specific product might already have some image, okay? So we need to delete that. And I'm going to write an if statement here. If the product we selected at the top has some image, let's go ahead and delete that image, okay? Product image unlink basically removes that image, okay? And we can even remove the whole directory, okay? But I'm going to leave this for as it is now. Okay, the rest of the code is the same. So we just, if the image is uploaded, then we just make the saving that in the database. But instead of inserting here, we need to run update, okay? So let's just run update products, and we're gonna set title to equal to bind parameter title, okay? Image equals to bind parameter image, and let's move this on the next line. Okay, the description equals to description, price equals to bind parameter price, and we don't do anything with date because it is already inserted there. So the date is inserted basically when we create record, not we update. Okay, so update product, set title, image, description, price, and then we provide these values like the title, image, description, price, and we don't need date. And we also need to pay attention to the image path. Okay, so that actually should be, if we don't upload the image, that image path should not be an empty string, but it should be actual product image. Okay, that should be the image path. Now let's see how this actually works. So refresh this and maybe provide some description for node 20, and hit the submit button. And something bad just happened. Okay, I see what happened. That's the biggest mistake. So right here we run update without where. So which basically means that we updated all the products with the same title, image, description, and price. So we have to specify right here where ID equals to the colon ID. And that ID should be bound right here. Okay, ID is the ID. Okay, so here is our mistake. So let's now refresh and edit, and let's choose a different image, and that should be Galaxy S20. Okay, let's remove this. We can leave the price. So, and it was actually updated. Let's change the other ones into iPhone, for example, iPhone 11, hit the submit, and it was actually updated. We can put something in the description for iPhone 11, and everything basically works smoothly. But right here it didn't work. So when we update the description but don't do anything with the image, it actually did not work. And let's see why. So if I just inspect that, and right here we have this TK6. So there should be an image inside the TK6. TK6. No, we don't have image right there. Okay, so let's see what happens. So here is the thing. So we delete the product image if there is that image. We basically don't check that the image product should only be deleted when the new image is uploaded. Okay, so that should be written inside that if statement. So if the new image is uploaded, in this case we should delete the old one and update the new one. Okay, so save and edit that iPhone. hit the submit. Okay, and the others were broken, and that, why did that happen? So let's just have a look. So it should be, which one is this? Let's node 20, so let's update the node 20, hit the submit, and it is there. And for that others, there is no image, so that is actually good, so we can delete that others. Okay, so this looks good. So we have successfully implemented creating, updating, and deleting of products with the easiest possible way we could. Okay, so now let's do a quick search. So how to do that? Inside index.php, I'm going to put right here about the table form group. So let's go to the Bootstrap documentation, and I'm going to search for input right here, and I actually want input group. So down below I should see that input group example right here. So this one, recipient's username. So I'm going to copy this and paste right here, and inside the placeholder I'm going to write search for products. Okay, this search basically needs name as well. Let's remove this area. So it needs name to be search, and it also should have button which will be search. Okay, and we can put this inside form as well, which has type of submit. Okay, and we can put this inside the form, which will submit on the current file index.php with the method get. So I'm going to leave that attributes action and method empty, paste this right here, and so let's actually see. So right here, refresh, here we have that search for products. I'm going to write something right here, Galaxy, hit the enter. In the URL we see search equals Galaxy. We can take that using get right here. Okay, so search keywords, search for example, equals to, from the get super global, I want to take out the search. Okay, if search is not presented there, let's take out an empty string, and I'm going to write an if. So if search exists, then we need to make slightly different select. Okay, if search is not there, then the select remains the same. So select everything from products. If search is there, I'm gonna add right here where title like the bind parameter title. Okay, and if we pass right here bind parameter, we need to bind the value as well. Statement bind value for title, it should be the search text. Okay, but I'm going to put person symbol in front of and the after the search that is necessary for MySQL like to search in the middle of the title. So I save that and refresh, and you see that it filters only that Galaxy. Okay, so if I provide right here iPhone, it searches that iPhone only, but we need to put that search keyword back inside the input. So how to do that? We have that search right here, and we can scroll down and assign a value to that input. So right here, I'm going to write value PHP echo search. So whenever we open that, we have iPhone right here. If I just remove that query string and hit the enter, that search will be an empty string and it shows every product. Okay, so let's add one more product, iPhone SE, for example, some cool description. In the price, we provide something. In the images, we provide that SE image, hit the submit, and right here we see that at the very top. So if I update that, I can change that image, submit, and here we see. Okay, so everything basically works fine. However, we should mention that we did not write very optimal code. So I'm not proud what we did. So we achieved our result. So but we should always think how to write reusable code, how to achieve our goals in the best possible way. So as I mentioned, very often beginners choose the following way, and I just followed that path. So created 4 different files for index, update, delete, and create. We have the connection to the database in all these files, okay, and we have some similar logic in these files, and we also have the layout, that doctype HTML and header, everything basically in these 3 files: index, update, and create. The delete basically does not need that layout because it is redirected back to the index PHP. Okay, now it's time we have to modify our code so that we can make it better. So this is working, but this is a bad version of that CRUD. So now we can make it better and let's learn how to auto-load files, learn how to work with Composer, and then we can rewrite this in the best possible way. Okay, so let's refactor this. So let's start with the partials. Okay, scroll down in the update or index PHP, and we're gonna move this into a separate file. Okay, so I'm gonna create on the left side. So actually I'm gonna move everything this, okay, in a folder called 01 underscore bed. So this is the bed version, but I'm gonna provide this on GitHub so you can see what's the bed version. Okay, so let's move every file inside that bed, and let's create now a second folder which will be better, and then we're gonna have good version. Okay, second folder, and that's gonna be better, and then we're gonna have good version, as I mentioned, but even that good version won't be the best version. So I will call the best version the version which includes all the modern and tested tools. Like if you want to create a real application which includes even the CRUD's application, you should think more about like the pagination and a couple of other things like the grouping items and so on. And the best version from my point of view will be a version which will be based on some modern popular framework like Laravel or E2 framework. Okay, so let's actually refactor this in a like the best possible way. So how to do that? So first of all, we need to create one folder for views. Let's do that, views. Okay, inside that views, we're gonna create also one folder for partials. Okay, and inside that partials, I'm gonna put the header and the footer. Okay, so let's take that and make it as a header. So inside the partials, let's create a file, header PHP, and I'm going to paste this right here. Okay, and let's just include that, include once that views. So this is the update. Okay, so this is a different file. So let's actually copy and paste this code. So let's return this back. So this is the bed version. So I'm gonna close all the files right now and move them one by one into my better folder. Okay, so let's move this update into better folder. Okay, so right here. So, and inside the updates, we need to change that header PHP include once, it should be include once, views partials header. And let's do the same thing for index and create. So I'm going to copy and paste this index and create right here, and let's copy this header inclusion and go to the index PHP and paste right here into update PHP we already have, into create PHP, and paste right here. Okay, and we can do the same thing for footer, but it's much smaller code. It's just body and HTML, so you get the idea. So I'm going to leave this as it is. Let's more focus on the code reusability, for example, connecting to the database. Okay, so these two lines are repeated in these three files, and two lines might not be a very big problem to repeat, but the more bigger problem is that we actually have that connecting credentials in three different places. So if I decide to change my database from DB name from products CRUD to just products, I have to update this in three different places, okay? Which is not very good. So in the best case, I should have this in a single place. So I'm going to create inside that better folder, I'm going to create database PHP, okay? And I'm going to move this code into the database PHP right here, okay? And I'm going to use the database PHP right here. But I'm not going to write include, I'm going to write require once, okay? And we need that database PHP, and I'm going to repeat that for create and for update. But look at this, PHP Storm cannot see that PDO variable. So it doesn't understand that the database creates PDO variable, okay? So that's actually fine, it will work, and we can have a look in the browser as well. So let's open that better version, and right here we see, of course, images are broken, and we're gonna fix this step by step, but the connecting to the database actually works, okay? And the queries are successfully made. So if you want that to see, if you are using PHP Storm and you want that to be seen by PHP Storm, we can do like this. From the database PHP, we can return that PDO, okay? And right here, we can assign that PDO variable, okay? In this case, PHP Storm can understand that here's a variable of PDO. However, it cannot understand what is the type of that PDO, okay? So we can do in a different way, and we can revert this back from here as well. Oops, not this one. And we can declare right here a doc block, okay? So right here I write a variable of PDO is an instance of PDO class, okay? And in this case, PHP Storm can understand that the variable exists, but it can also understand that the variable is an instance of the PDO. So if I just start typing some methods like the prepare, it autocompletes that for me. So if I just remove this, it doesn't see, it doesn't autocomplete also. Okay, I'm going to copy and paste this into all three files, okay? And that's actually good. And let's now work more about like the combining create and update forms into single one, because we have that forms in a separate files. And if I decide that I want to add one additional input field right here, for example, the product location, okay, I have to do this in the update PHP and in the create PHP as well. Okay, I want this to be in a separate place, in a separate area, which can be reusable. Okay, so inside that views, I'm going to create a folder for products. So if we think about that, we're gonna probably, if we think that this project might get large and we might have other CRUDs right here, we need to put this in a separate folder. Okay, again, I really encourage you that if you are doing big project and if your project gets larger, I really encourage you to use the modern frameworks like Laravel or CodeIgniter or E2 or Symfony. Okay, and there are others as well. And don't start implementing your things. So implementing your own framework or like the CMS is good for learning purposes. Okay, and for some side projects, not for projects which needs to be run in production. Okay, and right here, I'm going to create a form. Okay, let's call it _form or just form. Okay, and inside that form, I'm going to move the actual form, and probably that includes that errors as well. Okay, so let's take out the following code and move it inside that form. Okay. but we need a couple of variables right here. We need product variable, we need errors variable, okay? And that form should be used in update PHP and in create as well, okay? PHP include that views products form PHP. And let's move, copy and paste this into create as well. So let's just remove all this form and errors and paste this right here. Okay. However, our form has a product variable right here and checks if that product variable exists. It takes that image from the product variable and renders that image, okay, if the image exists on the product. So let's see how this everything works. So if I just click that create product, so I see the following error, undefined variable product, okay? So this happens because inside create PHP, we don't actually have that product variable. So what I'm going to do is that create that product variable, okay, inside create PHP to have title as an empty string. In this case, we only need image, so we can just do it with the image, okay? So let's do first with the image. Refresh this and the error basically disappears, okay? So let's have a look in the console because I think app.css is not included, and here we have it. So app.css is not included. Let's move, copy app.css from bad into better version. And here we have. Refresh, and that looks good. Okay, what else do we need to do? Inside create PHP, we have that function random string, and we have the same function in the update PHP. We should not have like the repeated code. So right now I'm going to create a file which is called functions PHP, and I'm going to move that the following function there inside that functions right here, and I'm going to include that functions PHP inside update and create as well. So I'm going to remove that function from update, and at the very top I'm going to include require once that functions PHP and do the same thing inside create. Okay, require once functions PHP. Save and refresh. So let's now see how this actually works. By the way, we need to add right here also go back to products. So let me copy the following button. So go back to products and put it in the create as well, right here. Refresh, go back to products. This works fine. By the way, images are not also displayed, so let's copy these images right here. Okay, we have a lot of empty folders. That's probably we don't delete the folder when we just delete the image. So let's just refresh, and here we have all these things. And let's see update. So this is the update, which works fine. So let's just add updated, hit the enter, and it works fine. Let's just create new product, new test product with some price, hit the enter, and the new test product is also there. However, we still have code duplication, and that is inside that create PHP and update PHP. Okay, so most of the logic of validation right here or uploading an image is the same. Okay, so we are taking just the, if the request is method is the post, we just take the title, description, price, we run some validations. If the directory doesn't exist, we create that directory, and then we upload the image. Okay, so it will be good if we somehow be able to combine them into single logic. Okay, so I'm going to create a file, and I'm going to call that file validate product. Okay, and I'm going to move most of the logic from update and create into that validate product. That's going to be take the title, making the validations, saving that image, Okay, everything this except actually making some changes in the database. So let me copy this, paste right here, and remove that making changes in the database. Okay, also redirect. So let's format the code, and right here we have the title, description, price. We run the validation, and we need a product right here which will be passed from the update, okay, and from the create. So if I just remove now the following logic, okay, so this is by the way updating an image. Okay, so just remove this thing from here. Okay, remove that validations and title as well, and I'm gonna include or require once that validate product. Okay, so we have that validate product right here, and that validate product basically creates a couple of variables like title, description, and price, but we need also image path. So that image path should be also created inside the validate product. Okay, and then that image path should be used down below right here as well. And now if we have a look at this, so we don't have that much information right here. Okay, so let's observe the code. Okay, so if the method is not post, if it is a get, so we get the title, price, and description from the selected product from the database, and we display this inside that form. Okay, we pass that title, price, and description, but we also pass product, which is necessary for rendering an image right here. Okay, so if the method is post, we get that validate product. That validate product takes the information from the post, creates variables there, runs some validations, and if there is no error basically about that validation, it also makes an uploading, saving of a file. So right here we see that if the errors is empty and if there are no errors basically from that validate product file, we run the update. Okay, that should actually work. So let's just save this and go to the website and edit that and add an image, for example. Okay, new test product, upload an image, and we see that right here. So let's give it also some description. Hit the submit button, then edit, and we see the description is populated right there. So the update script works perfectly. Let's now see how the create script works. So click that button, and inside create basically we didn't move any logic, right? So we just need to remove these things, and we also need the date inside the create. So what we can do that is that pass that date down below immediately, okay, right here instead of having a variable. Okay, so let's just remove the title, description, price, the validation, creating directory, also remove that uploading a file because that is all done in that validate product, and let's just write require once validate product. Okay, and if the errors are empty, then we make an insert in the database. Okay, so let's see how this works now. So go to the products page and choose a file, test product 2. I'm going to leave the description empty, price 1, 2, 3, 4, hit the submit, and we see right here that the product is actually added. Okay, so if we go inside the edit, the description is not there, so just add test. So everything basically looks good. Okay, so and if we just analyze the files, we have reduced the code written a lot. Okay, so let's have a look in the update. So what we have written here is that we include the database connection and some functions, and we just do the validations that if the ID is not passed, we redirect user to the index PHP. Then we select that specific product from the database. Then we check some validations, which is inside the validate product, and we just directly make an update in the products. And down below we also have much smaller code. We don't have everything, so there are only 54 lines. Okay, in the create PHP we have something similar, Okay, we don't have that much code repetition. In the functions PHP, we have moved that random string, and in the where's the delete PHP? Okay, we don't have the delete. Let's move that delete PHP, which I think doesn't need anything to be changed. So yeah, we need to put right here require once of the database. So I'm going to copy these two lines and paste right here, and that is delete PHP. Let's have a look if the delete works. So I'm gonna delete that product, and here it is. So it also works fine. However, this is not perfect version. Okay, so we have to make a couple of changes right here also. So first of all, if we just have a look right here inside the index PHP, we can actually access database.php. Okay, we can also access functions.php and validate product.php. Okay, and the database PHP basically doesn't do anything wrong, but it's a very bad practice to access the files from the browser which are not necessary and which should not be accessible from the browser. Okay, and we should move only in a specific folder only the files which should be web accessible. So very often there exists in a modern frameworks, there exists a public folder, and that public folder is only web accessible folder, public, or it might be called also web. And in this case, we're gonna move the create, index, update, and delete as only web accessible PHP files inside that public folder. Okay, I'm gonna cut them, and also inside public, I'm gonna create a folder for products, because in the real applications there might be some other CRUD, like not only for products, but it might be for orders. Okay, so right here we're gonna paste this, and they are moved inside that public products. Okay, however, we need to adjust how we are requiring. Okay, we need to go one directory back, no, two directory back, and fix that require once in all these files. Okay, let's open index.php as well, and in update as well. Okay, and we have to also adjust the views. Okay, if we scroll down right here, we first of all we need to adjust that validate product, and if we scroll down right here, we need to adjust views as well. Okay, let's do the same thing in create right here as well. So let's save this and have a look right now. So we open that better, and we need to go to the public and products. Okay, so we have a problem in the index.php. The partials included basically right here needs to be fixed. Refresh. Okay, and the app CSS, there's a problem about app CSS. Okay, so when we develop a real application, it is very often, and it's a good practice also to be started on a virtual host. Okay, so we create a virtual host and we run application on that virtual host. So the virtual host might be called, for example, products.test. Okay, and whenever we open that URL, it will basically display the same application what we see right here right now. So a simulation of virtual host will be PHP's built-in server. Okay, so I'm going to open terminal right now, go to that folder 14 in a better and in a public, and that public is the only web accessible folder as I mentioned, and we're gonna start a PHP's built-in server using php-s localhost port 8080. Okay, I'm gonna hit the enter, and that starts that PHP development server, and let's open port 8080, and we don't actually see anything because it searches for index.php. Okay, so let's open index.php, but there is no index.php in that public, right? Index.php is inside that products. So let's just open products /index.php. I'm going to hit the enter, and right here we see all the products, and basically it will work in the same way as it was working before. However, we need to fix the CSS and images problem. Okay, refresh this, and we see how the CSS is included. So it is included from the products/app CSS. We need to change that, and we need to include that using slash as an absolute path. So let me show this to you. Okay, so right here, if we just put slash, the CSS basically will start working, but we need to move that CSS into public folder as well. Okay, save that, refresh that, and the CSS actually started working. So we see padding around that content. Okay, so if we just don't create a virtual host or don't start that PHP's built-in server, we have to struggle a lot to detect what should be the current path for the CSS. Okay, so right now, if we just have a look, that app CSS is included from /localhost. So because we put right here slash, that's is taking from the domain. Okay, domain slash whatever is the domain slash app.css. If we just don't have these, in this case, the CSS is included from that public products app CSS. Okay, so in this case, we have to go one directory back and do something like this. Okay, which is not safe. Okay, and not very good solution. So here is the problems that beginners come across when developing on PHP. Okay, so nor our bad version, neither better version is good enough to actually be proud of what we've done. Okay, so we need to have an absolutely different approach. Okay, and this approach even is not perfect, is not even close to perfect, because if we have another CRUD applications like the orders and the invoices and so on and so forth, so we have to create each file for each operation, like the create, update, delete, and finally we may come up to hundreds of files just for that, the functionalities. Okay, and it will be very hard to maintain, and it's not also the good practice. So even though we made this better, and we have that web accessible folder, and we have that views and separate files and so on, it is not the best approach. Okay, I'm going to show you a couple of things right here when they finalize the better version, and then we're going to move the next topic. Okay, so let's see. So we cannot continue working on this URL anymore. We should switch to that. Okay, that is more safe and more correct. Okay, and later we can also create a virtual host out of that. So now we're going to put right here /app CSS, that is from which we need to actually include. Refresh, and we see that, and we need to adjust also images. Okay, so whenever we include images, we need to put / in front of that. First of all, let's move all the images inside the public folder. Okay, that's good. Okay, why are they opened? I don't know. Refresh, we don't see that images. And let's go to the index.php inside the products index.php, and right here we need to, when we display the image, we need to put / in front of the source. Okay, we put /, we refresh, and we see all the images. Okay, if we go inside update, we need to put / right here as well. So let's go to the form PHP, because we have the update right here, and we put / right here. Okay, save and refresh, and this image is also displayed. However, now if we upload an image, it will be uploaded in a different folder, and let's observe this. I'm going to close this bed, and let's actually delete all the empty folders. Okay, and now let's upload an image. So let's create actually new product. Okay, test 3. I'm going to upload the image, give it a price, hit the submit, and here we have that problem, validate product. That's another problem, by the way. Let's go to the create PHP, and right here we should adjust that inclusion. So refresh that, and the product is created, however the image is not displayed. Okay, why does this happen? So let's observe actually. So right here, look at this. So the image was actually uploaded in the images folder of that products. So we didn't have that images folder like before here, but it appeared. Okay, so why does this happen? Okay, so if I just delete this, I'm going to show you this once again. So if I just delete this and create one more product with some test and some values, hit the submit, right here it creates that images folder. Okay, so this happens from the validate product. Okay, so the image is uploaded from here, and look at this, what now happens. So right here, when we actually move uploaded file, okay, or just make directory, or basically when we do some operations with the file system and we just specify a relative path, in this case image path is relative, it doesn't start with slash, so this means it is a relative path. So that relative path is taken from relatively from the file which is executed right now. And when we create a product, create PHP is the file which is executed. Okay, so right here, and the create PHP includes that validate product. So any path basically which is right here given to a function which works with the file system, any path basically is relative to the current file which is executed. Okay, and the current file which is executed is the create PHP in the product, in the public products folder. Okay, and that's why, because every path is relative to that create PHP, it creates images folder next to that create PHP, and it also will delete that image. Okay, however, we don't want it to be like this. We want that to be saved inside the images. So that's also a good thing to learn something new. Okay, so now let's actually use a magic constant dir. So that magic constant dir refers to the current directory where that file is located. And that file, which is called validate product, is located in the better folder. Okay, so what we need to do is that no matter if we are creating an images directory right here or doing something else regarding file system, we have to prefix from the current directory. Okay, from the current directory, let's go to public and images. So if the directory inside public images doesn't exist, let's go ahead and create that public images directory. Okay, down below, when we need to delete the product image from the current directory, we go to public folder, and inside the public folder we delete that product image. Okay, right here, when we actually need to like the create directory, I'm going to prefix the public folder and then the image path. Okay, and right here also, when we need to save in the database, I'm going to prefix, not in the database but on the file system, I'm going to prefix public and then the image path. Okay, so this is how we need to do. And now if I just remove that products images, which should not be there, and if I create new product, test4, choose an image, hit the submit, we see the image right here, and that image is uploaded in this folder. Okay, so that we see image right here proves that information. Okay, so as for the searching, I think search works as it was working before, like it searches all the test products or iPhone or anything what we want. Okay, again, I want to highlight that this is not a good version. It's better definitely than the previous one, but it's not good enough version like to be proud of what we've done. Okay, so we need a different approach, we need a different mechanism. Just I wanted to build that better version so that we know how to refactor our code, how to split into different files, and how to work with problems which generally come across. And because this is the crash course, this is for absolute beginners, we need that knowledge. So we need to write bad code to learn how to improve that code and how to make our code better. And we need to also see what's the difference between the bad code and the good code. Okay, so we need to know that this code is not good, it is actually bad code, and probably such kind of codes are the reason why many people actually don't like PHP. Okay, because such kind of codes are very often written for production websites, especially in an old time. Okay, so now let's move on about autoloading and see how we can use Composer for autoloading classes, and then we're gonna rewrite our products CRUD application using custom routing. We're gonna come up to custom MVC routing and mini MVC framework and build the products CRUD on top of that, and we will see a huge difference between that products CRUD, what we have right here, better or bad, and that one we're going to build after we learn the autoloading. Okay, so let's do this. Let's first talk about namespaces. What are namespaces and why are they necessary? So let's imagine that we are building an e-commerce application and we need the following classes in our project. We need class email, class person, and class order. Okay, and we decided to implement the email sending, and for this we need to install third-party package in our application. And that third-party package also has class email in its source code. So we have a name collision between our email class and the email class that third-party package provides. So what is the solution? Basically, using this approach, there is no solution until we rename our email class to something else. But namespaces is the perfect solution for that. So in general, it's good practice to put all our source code in a namespace called app, or whatever namespace you prefer. So in our case, if we put all our classes in namespace app, the identifier of the class is not just email, person, and order, but it is app_email, app_person, and app_order. And if we just try to install a third-party package in our application which has class email, it won't conflict our email class because our email class is in different namespace, and its full identifier is app_email. It is much like files and folders, so namespace can be a folder and class name can be a file. You cannot simply have two files with the same name in a single folder, right? Okay, now let's install Composer and enable autoloading, and in general see what is autoloading and what advantages it has. In order to make autoloading working, we need to have Composer installed. Okay, let's type Composer in Google, and the very first link will be what we are looking for. We're gonna hit download, and we just need to download for our operating system. For Windows, we're gonna click the Composer Setup exe. For other operating systems and for command line instructions, we just need to copy and paste the following in our terminal. So I'm gonna click Composer Setup for Windows, and it's gonna start download and download it in a couple of seconds. Right here we have it. I'm going to click on Composer Setup and let's just install this. I'm going to install for all users. Yes. Next. We're going to leave this default. Next. Next. And install. Okay, so installation is basically done, and now we are able to use the Composer command from command line. Okay, so let's just open command prompt and we're going to type Composer, and this is the output the Composer gives us, and we have a lot of subcommands what we can use. Now let's see namespaces and autoloading in action. Okay, on the right side, I'm going to open autoloading folder, it's index.php, and right here in this folder, I'm going to create two classes. So one will be email class, and second is going to be person class. Okay, So I'm gonna require both of them in this index PHP. Okay, require once email and person. Okay, in email PHP, I'm going to, let me remove this. I'm going to just create constructor which simply prints email class, nothing else. And I'm going to do the same thing in person constructor. Okay, so echo person class br. Let's just save this, and now on the right side, actually we're going to create instances of this. So email is new email and person equals new person. So save and refresh, and we see email class and person class. Now let's enable autoloading. Okay, so how we can do that, and also at the same time create namespace. Okay, so I'm gonna generate composer JSON in that folder, autoloading folder. So for this, I'm gonna create terminal and go to that folder and run composer init. This will ask me a couple of questions, like what should be the package name, and that should be vendor name / the actual package name. I'm going to leave this empty. The description of the package, I'm going to leave this empty. The author, I'm going to leave everything default. Hit enter a couple of times, and then the file is generated. Now, right here, we can see that composer JSON, which contains, let's collapse the left side. I did something wrong. Okay, and right here we see that, let's zoom in. We see that the name of the package is this, authors are this, and this is the require. Inside require, we write down all the dependencies the current package has. Okay, now we are going to enable autoloading. And we're going to do in the following way. We have to specify autoload right here, autoload. Then we're going to specify the standard using which we need that autoload. And I'm going to specify PSR-4. Okay, that is the standard. And then we have to specify right here the namespace, and I'm going to set it to up \. That's going to be the namespace and the directory which corresponds to the namespace. Okay, I'm going to set this to up directory. Okay, now we have to create right here directory up, and I'm going to move email and person both inside that directory, and also open each of them and specify the namespace. So right here we write namespace up, and inside the email the same thing, namespace up. Now the email in person does not exist without the namespace. So inside index.php we're gonna have an error right here. Even if we fix that require once right here and right here, we're gonna have an error because we're using email and person without the namespace and it doesn't exist. We can see this immediately in the browser. Class email not found. However, if we just try to write here up \email and refresh, we see that email class is found, but the class person not found. And if we do the same thing for person, we will see both of them okay. Now let's do this autoloading. And what is actually the autoloading and what advantages it has? Imagine that our application gets larger and we have hundreds of classes, and the classes are just dependent on each other. We have to write this require once whenever we need that class, right? So autoloading gives us possibility to avoid writing this require once for classes, namespaces, classes, interfaces, and traits. I haven't actually explained what is interface, what is trait. That's, I think, an advanced part of object-oriented programming, and I really encourage you to check out more about this. You will find a lot of tutorials and written articles about that. But now let's enable autoloading. So right here we specified autoload, and we need to run composer update now. So when we do this, composer will create a vendor directory. Actually, we just need to go to that folder 15 autoloading and run composer update. Let's wait a couple of seconds. It started reading that composer JSON and will create a vendor folder inside that 15 autoloading, and inside the vendor folder it will create autoload PHP, which will be the key file and responsible for autoloading all our classes, and we won't need to write require once for any other classes, and we will just include that autoload PHP, which will be inside the vendor. Let's wait a couple of seconds until the composer update does this, and then we're going to update our code and see it working. So here is the composer update finished the work, and right here we see that vendor, and inside the vendor we see that autoload PHP. Now I'm going to change that require once into just requiring vendor autoload PHP. Okay, and that's basically it. So if I just open in the browser and refresh, we see the same output. Because all our classes, email and person, is automatically loaded by that autoloader. The autoloader has a couple of other advantages in the Composer general. So the Composer is a PHP dependency management tool, and it gives us possibility to find some packages and install using Composer. So let's go to packages.org, which is the main repository, Composer repository. Okay, and I'm going to write here Guzzle, okay, which is very popular package which gives us possibility to interact with the remote resources. That's basically an HTTP client. So I'm going to install this using Composer. Composer require Guzzle HTTP/Guzzle, where Guzzle HTTP is the vendor name and Guzzle is the package name. So I'm going to copy this, go to our project, and right here run Composer require Guzzle HTTP Guzzle. That will take a couple of seconds until it gets that package and grabs, but it will also install other packages which are dependents of that Guzzle HTTP Guzzle package. Okay, so let's have a look in the documentation right here. If we scroll down below, we see how we need to use that. So we just create a client with Guzzle HTTP namespace, and then we make a request on the following URL. We make get request, and then we can get the status code from the response, we can get the headers, and we can get the response body. So I'm going to copy the following lines and go in the index PHP. Okay, I'm gonna actually comment this code and paste down below the code copied from the packagist. But first, let's have a look what the Composer did. So it actually installed 6 packages. Look at this. And the last one is what we requested. So first it analyzed the dependency tree and installed the other packages, which are the required packages for the Guzzle HTTP Guzzle, and finally that was installed. So basically we don't care how many packages will be installed behind. The main thing is that this package is installed and we can use that. Now we just paste the following code from packages, save that, and let's have a look in the browser. Refresh this, and here we see. So we see the status code, we see the header, and we see the whole response grabbed from that URL. And it is that easy to install other third-party packages and use them. And that client might be using many other classes. If we scroll at the very top, we see how many classes are included right here. Okay, that use basically indicates that I want to use the following class in the current file. that Guzzle HTTP is the namespace, the cookie is the subnamespace, and that is the actual class. So we can follow using PHP Storm control and mouse, and we can see that is the class inside that namespace, Guzzle HTTP Guzzle cookie. And it also requires many other classes from that namespace, subnamespace, and so on. And all these things is managed Composer, and all the classes are included by Composer. So we can even change our email and person code, and instead of having right here app email and app person, we can just write here use app\email and use app\person, and we just use email and person just like this. So basically using that use, I'm telling the current file that I'm using app email, and in the current file you should refer it as an email. I can also specify an alias right here as, for example, just e, and now I can use that class as an e class right here. Okay, so this is how the autoloading and namespaces work. Now let's rewrite our CRUD application, products CRUD application, using custom routing, and we're going to implement mini MVC framework as well. So let's go to that folder of products CRUD, and I'm going to create right here 03_good. So that's going to be the good version. But again, I want to highlight that if you want to implement the very best version of that product CRUD application, probably you should think about using a popular framework like Laravel or Symfony or E2 or any others. Okay, let's start with the entry script. So basically we're going to have one file which will handle the request and return the response, and that's going to be the only file always. So we're going to create right here index.php. Okay, and that's going to be the entry script. Let's open now terminal and go to that folder, and I'm going to actually put this index.php inside the public folder. Okay, so we're going to have a web accessible folder and non-web accessible files and folders. And the index.php, because it is an entry script, it should be executed in the browser. That should be inside the public folder. So right now, let's go to the public folder, and I'm going to start PHP's built-in server, php-s localhost and port 8080. I'm going to start it on port 8080. So the development server is started, and now I can open the browser and right here type localhost port 8080. And we don't see anything right here because we don't print simply anything. But let's just print right here hello world and refresh, and we see hello world. And no matter what I provide, what path I provide, like create, for example, or even create.php, in this case it actually searches for that file, and if it doesn't find that file, and that's why it returns that not found. But if I just provide create or update, so it simply prints the hello world, because that index.php is the file which basically is always responsible for getting the request and returning the response. Okay, now what I need to do here is that create a custom router and that configure that router for a couple of routes. So what I want is that create a router in the following way. Router is new router, and I'm going to configure the router. For example, when a GET request is made on /, let's use a specific class, specific function. Okay, so we're going to come up with an MVC structure, which means that we need models, views, and controllers. So I'm going to create right here controllers folder, and inside that controllers folder, I'm going to create a main controller. And I'm going to also specify namespace right here. That's going to be app controllers. And we have to also create Composer JSON and enable autoloading. So let's open terminal. Let's open second terminal, go to the folder that's gonna be good, and yeah, right here in this good folder, we're gonna create composer.json. So composer init. It will ask us a couple of questions. I'm gonna hit enter on all of them, and here we have that composer.json. Now I'm gonna open that composer.json and configure auto load. The auto load is an object with PSR 4 standard. We're gonna do the following for namespace up, which corresponds to the current folder. So any class basically which will be inside that good folder will have a namespace of up. So let's save this and run composer update, which will need a couple of seconds, but we can already create a router class right here. So I'm going to create router with namespace up in that good folder. So right here we have that namespace. I'm going to collapse that, and because we are using a get method on that router, I'm going to create get method right here as well. And in the main controller, I'm going to create a main method which will be used right here in this index PHP. So we are actually doing products CRUD application, right? So maybe let's just rename that main controller and call it product controller. Okay, so right here we will have product controller as well, and inside that product controller I'm going to create a public function index which will render the list of products, and in the index PHP I'm going to specify an array right here, and I'm going to write product controller index. What does this mean? This means that whenever the URL will be slash, let's run product controllers index action. Okay, what we need to do here is also that we need to require once from the current directory, we need to require vendor, not right here. So the vendor is one directory up. We are doing this in the public index PHP. So we need to go one directory back, and from the vendor we need to include the autoload PHP so that all the autoloading is done by the composer. So next we just need to import that router. So for this we can write here use up/router, and we can do the same thing for that app controller's product controller. So use app controllers product controller, and I'm going to remove this namespace from here. Perfect. After this, when we configure all the roles, and we're going to write a couple of more roles right here. So when the get request is made, for example, on products/create, we're going to execute a method product controller/create. Okay, right here. So when the road will be products update, we're going to execute an update. Okay, so we need to do like this, and we can also do an alias of that slash. So whenever get request is made on /products, let's execute the index. And we also need to configure post requests. So whenever post request is made on /create, we can execute other function, or we can just leave and execute the same one. So I'm going to leave the same function, and we're going to differentiate in the function itself whether it is a post or get. And whenever post request is made on update, let's execute the same function. And whenever post request is made on delete, products/delete, let's execute products controller delete. Okay, did I miss something? So we have an index get of create, post of create, get of update, post of update, and we have products delete. So I think I haven't missed anything. So now we need to actually implement that get and post. So after basically we configure all the routes, we need to also call on the router a method called resolve. And that resolve will detect what's the current route and will execute the corresponding function. Let's open now router PHP and create these two functions. Actually, three functions should be get and post. So one is for get, which will accept URL right here and the function. Second, for post, which will accept URL and function as well. And third will be function resolve, which will detect what's the current route. So we need to save this given route somewhere. So I'm going to create right here an array, public array, and that's going to be get routes, which should be an array. So I'm going to configure this get routes for the given URL. It's going to be the following function. And down below, I'm going to do the same thing for post. Let's declare it for post as well. So post routes, and down below this post routes for the current URL, it's going to be the function. Perfect. So we did that. And now we need to detect what's the current route. So for this, let's dump once again superglobal server. And we need to take that information from superglobal server. So let's actually refresh this. And right here we see that superglobal server, and we're looking for the key where the update is there. So the request URI is this one, and path info is the second one, and we have PHP self also. So we can take that path info or request URI, but let's observe first what happens. So if I add right here query parameter ID equals 1, for example, inside the request URI that ID equals 1 is displayed, but not inside that path info. And path info is exactly what we want. So whenever there is an update, we don't want that question mark ID equals something, we just need the URL. So in best case, we should take the path info and make a decision based on that path info. So let's do this. So right here, we're going to take the current URL. So current URL will be from the superglobal server to take the path info. And if path info is not presented there, let's just take this slash, because whenever we try to access on a domain, on a root domain without any path, the path info is not presented there in the superglobal server. And we can have a look as well right here. Save and refresh. Let's remove this, and we don't see path info. So now we have the current URL, and we want to take that function from get routes or post routes. So we also need the current method. So let's search for method, and right here we have that request method. So let's take the method equals from the current server. We take the request method, and right now we need to write an if statement. So if method equals get, we need to take that function from these get routes for the current URL. So if the method is not get and it is post, then we need to get the function from these post routes for the current URL. And right here we can dump that function. What is this? Refresh, and right here we see that the function which needs to be executed is app controllers product controllers index. So if we just put right here create, then we see an error problem on router PHP's line 37. So let's have a look. 37 right here inside the get routes, we don't have anything configured for /create. That's obvious because we have configured /products/create. So we might have other CRUDs in our application, right? It might be for orders or invoices, and that's why we need that products create. So in this case, if we just try to access a non-existing URL, not configured URL, we should show a not found to the user, right? So here we can do the following. So if for the current URL there is no function, so we can put right here double question mark. If this is set, return this one. If it is not set, return null. and do the same for the post rows, return null. Then we write an if statement. If function exists, let's execute that function. If it doesn't exist, let's just immediately write page not found. Okay, so I'm going to move this var dump at the very top, save and refresh that, and we see page not found, which is good, which is correct. However, if we specify right here products/create, we see that this is app controllers, product controllers, create. And if we go into product controller right now and create that functions, so duplicate these 4 times, 1 for create, 2nd for update, and 3rd for delete. And let's put enters right here. From the index, I'm gonna echo index page. From the create, I'm gonna echo create page. And from the update and delete, I'm gonna do the same thing. Update page, echo delete page, save. And yeah, this is good. Let's go to the router right now, and whenever function exists, we need to execute that function. So for this, I'm going to use call user func, so which is a special function, and whenever you pass a function to that function, it will execute this. So in this case, I want to execute this fn, and I'm passing this to call user function. Save that and refresh, and we see create page right here. If I just remove this and leave this as it is, I see page not found. Let's just remove that slash, and I see index page. If I specify update right here, I see update page. If I specify delete right here, I see page not found, probably because we need to make a post request on the delete. So that's totally fine. Now what we need to do is that actually render a create form or index from that controller. So how to do that? Let's actually set up a connection to the database. So I'm going to create a database class right here inside the app namespace. And inside that database class, I'm going to create constructor, and inside the constructor, I'm going to create a PDO. So I'm going to actually copy and paste a couple of things from the old code. So let's go to the database and copy the following code and paste right here. The only thing I'm going to change is that I'm going to make this PDO as a class property. So let's create public PDO. So I'm telling that the PDO variable PDO property is an instance of the PDO. So that type is a feature of PHP 7.4. If you don't have PHP 7.4, you probably won't be able to, not probably, you won't be able to actually write here, and you will have a syntax error. So you can also leave like this. I can also leave like this, and it will work. But I'm going to specify the PDO. I really like the typed properties of PHP 7.4. But right here, we're going to have an error when we just try to make an instance of the PDO class, because we are right now in the app namespace. And the PDO basically is the namespace, is the class name in the global namespace. So if I just don't specify any namespace, the engine automatically tries to find a class in the current namespace. And this will give me an error. So I just have to specify right here \, which means that the PDO is an absolute name of that class. So I can do like this, and I need to put that \s right here and right here as well. Or I can just use PDO right here, use PDO, and that's it. I'm telling that I'm using a PDO class, and in the following file, I should be able to use it without any namespace and prefixes. That's fine. Now I'm going to create this PDO. This PDO equals new PDO, and I'm going to do this PDO set attribute. So that's perfect. We have the database class ready, and I'm going to create a couple of functions right here. So let's create first one to get products. Get products. And right here, we need to make a select, so I'm going to actually copy this as well from the public products index PHP. Let's scroll up, and I'm going to copy the following code and paste right here. So whenever we have the PDO, we're going to use this PDO. So on this PDO, we call the prepare. We need the search keyword, and we should not get from the superglobal get. Let's accept that as an argument right here, search. So we get the search, which we can also specify that by default the search is an empty string, so that we should be able to call that get products without that search argument. We're going to see all these things, and everything will become clear step by step. So we get the search. If the search is given, we do this thing, we select with like, otherwise we just select like this, and we return all that products. So now we need to call that get products method from the product controller, from here. But how to actually do this? And we also need to render form. Okay, so let's do things step by step. And let's say that I only want to render the form. So now let's go to that folder, good folder, and I'm going to create right here views. So we are creating MVC framework, mini MVC framework, so we need views as well. So inside views, I'm going to create a file for, actually let's create a folder for products first, considering that we might have other CRUD applications. Products, inside the products, I'm going to create a create PHP. And let's create other views as well. So we need index PHP, and we will need update PHP, and we will need form as well, which will be reused for create and update. So let's create underscore form, just like this one. And we will also need to create a layout. So we will need the header and footer to be written in a single place and use that. But first, let's implement the rendering of the form. So I'm going to write in each of them an h1 tag, create new product. Let's go to the update PHP and do the same things right here. Update product. Let's go to index and write product list. Now let's go to the router right here, and I would like to create a method right here which will render the view. So public function render view, and this will accept the view name view and should render that view. How the view should be rendered? I assume that the name of the view will be just products, so the relative path inside that views. And in this case, I should provide, if I want to render the index, for example, I should provide products/index. So right here, I'm gonna write include once from the current directory. Let's go inside views, and let's use actually double quotations right here. Let's go inside the views and then use that view.php. So if the view will be products/index, right here it will be written products/index.php, which will be correct. So let's just save this, and we have that render view working, and I now want to use that render view in the product controller. So I need to somehow access the router right here. So let's go back to the router and pay attention to that call user function. So this is the router class, and router executes that function call the fn, and the fn will be this index or create or update. So whenever we execute that fn, we can also pass an argument, and using call user function we can specify arguments separated by comma. In this case, I want to specify router, so I'm going to specify this, and I'm going to accept that router right here as a variable, normal variable. And on that router, I can actually call render view and specify products/index. So I can also specify that the router variable is an instance of the router class, but I have to use that router right here. So if you're using PHP Storm, you can hit Alt and Insert, hit Enter, and it will import the class for us right here, or you can write this use app router manually. So far so good, and when we render that view, we can just return the value from here, or we can just leave this as it is. Inside the render view, we are including the file, so this already means that it should render something. So let's open now index.php, not the PHP, but the index page. And right here we see that product list. So this means that we successfully rendered that product index.php. However, pay attention to one thing. If we have a look in the page source, we see that this is just h1. It doesn't have any header and footer of HTML, and thus we don't have any stylings. So we need this to be rendered inside layout. So let's go ahead and create layout. Right here inside the views, I'm going to create _layout. And inside that, I'm going to put the header and the footer. So I'm going to copy this from Better Views Partials header. So this is going to be the header, right here. And we can write body and HTML right here. And this is the place where I want the content to be outputted. So I'm going to output right here a variable called content. So, but what is this content? And where does this exist? The thing that it doesn't exist yet at the moment. So we have to create that content. Let's go to the router where we actually render a couple of things and do the following. So first, I would like to include a content of that view and save it in a content variable. So if somehow I manage to save the content of the view file in a content variable, then I can include the layout PHP, and if I have a content variable already declared, the layout will simply use that content variable and just print it correctly, right? So how I can do this? When I include something, it automatically sends the output to the browser, but we need this in a variable. For this in PHP, there exists output caching methods, and we need to call obstart, which means that I want to start caching of the output. And basically every statement which sends an output like echo or include or anything, it will be just saved in a buffer, local buffer. It won't be sent to the browser. And in this case, we include the file that will be saved in a buffer. And now I'm going to call a method ob_getClean, which returns that output and cleans that buffer. So I'm going to save this in a content variable now. So this is basically what I wanted. Now I have a value HTML of that view file in a content. And now I can include from the current directory, I can include that layout PHP. And because the layout PHP needs content, I also have a content variable created right here, and that should render it properly. So let's save and have a look in the browser, and here we see. So we have header, we have footer, and inside we have product list. That's perfect. We can have a look right here as well. So fine. Now let's actually do the following. In the product controller, let's use the database which we just created, that function get products, to get all the products and pass it down to the view. So this is what we need to do. But how can I access an instance of the database? It is not even created yet. So let's go to the router, and I'm going to create an instance of the database right here. So let's create constructor, and let's create also public property database, which I'm going to call DB. And now this DB equals new database. And this is the database which establishes the connection to the MySQL. So now in the product controller, I can access the DB in the following way: router / arrow DB, not slash, arrow DB. And the DB has a method getProducts. And optionally I can specify search, but I'm going to do without search right now. So that should give me all products I want from the database. And I also want to pass this to the view. But first, let's see what this products variable is actually. So save and refresh. And right here we see 8 products, and each of them is an associative array. And this is exactly what we want, right? So let's pass this to the view. And I want this to be passed as an associative array. So the products key corresponds to the products variable. So the render view does not accept parameters yet. So we have to go and configure that parameters. Let's delete that comment. Right here, I'm going to specify params, which by default is an empty array. So if we don't want to pass anything, so it will be an empty array by default. And now I'm going to pass that and make it available inside the view. So whenever I open that create PHP and I dump right here that products, I should be able to see, and I even want to iterate over these products and render them. So how to do that? So pay attention that from products controller, I'm passing an associative array where products key corresponds to products variable. Now inside router PHP, I'm going to iterate over the params. And I'm going to iterate as a key value here because it is an associative array. And I'm going to do the following thing. So I write key, and this key is basically string value, right? So we pass products as a key, and this will be key string products. So I can put another $sign in front of that key, $sign key. Pay attention to this, which means that it will create a products variable. So this is a product string. I'm going to put $sign in front of that, which will create a products variable. And now this products variable equals to value, which is what is passed from the controller. So zoom out, and here we have, using this approach, we created products variable. And because we are including that create PHP or anything what we want, in our case, because we pass right here products variable for the products index, actually we should do this in the index right here. So we should be able to see the result of that var dump. So let's go to the product controller. No, let's go to the router. And yeah, exactly, everything works fine. So now let's open the browser and refresh that, and we see product list and the list what we want. So now let's copy a couple of code from that where it is public products index PHP. That's also the disadvantage of that structure. So you cannot really understand where the code is. So let's actually take that table. Let's take with the search form and everything, basically the create button itself. So take this everything, including the table, go to the products index and paste right here. So perfect. So we have that products, and we also need that search variable, which we don't have, but let's actually have a look without that. So refresh, and inside the search we have an error that undefined variable search, but we actually see that products list exactly as we want. So images are not there, but we're gonna fix that. And CSS I think is not included also. So let's copy from public app CSS into our public app CSS, and we should see. So here it is. As for the search, it is very easy. Let's open product controller, and right here create a search variable which equals to take out the search from superglobal get. If there is no search in the superglobal get, let's take the empty string. And we can pass that search also in the get products to filter products properly, and we can pass that search to the as a param of the view. And now the search variable will be created inside that index.php right here. Actually, I'm going to close that. I don't want. So here we have. Let's refresh in the browser and the error basically disappears, and even the filtering should work. If I just type test, it filters and shows only products which contains test right there. So let's also move images from that better folder. Let's go to public, paste right here. So we have that images. Let's refresh it, and here we see the images. Now let's implement update, create, update, and delete. So when I click that create product, I have the following error. So we just need to change this. Let's go to the product index right here, and I'm going to specify /products/create is the URL we want to access. So go back, refresh, click that create, and we see that create page. We have to, of course, create an actual form. Let's go to the product controller, scroll down, and we're gonna render that view. So I'm gonna copy this, paste right here, and render products create. And let's accept router as an argument right here. We don't want any parameters to be passed, isn't it? So if we just open the beta version, if we just go to public products create, and then we include right here form, does the form need, so it needs product for update, and it also uses, I think, the title, description, and price. Okay, so let's first take this whole form including errors and paste this in our create views products create right here. So we have a couple of variables. We have errors, we have product, and we have title, description, and price. So I'm going to change this in the following way. So in the product controller right here, I'm going to create a product variable which will be an associative array, and this will contain itself title as an empty string, description, image, and price. So here we have image, and here we have price. And we're going to also describe right here errors as an empty array, and we just need to pass that errors and products right here as a view parameters. So now let's just pass a single product right here and errors. So here we have that errors and product. All right, let's now open that create and have a look. So we have an undefined variable title and description. That's logical. So let's go to the product, and right here we are using the title and description, but we're going to change this into product title and product description. So we should also have product price. Save and refresh. So this looks good. And now whenever we fill the form and hit the submit, the code will come right here. So we just need to handle the code properly for submitting the data. For this, I'm going to write an if statement. So if superglobal servers request method equals post, we have to actually save that in the database. So for this, I'm going to create a product model. So let's go to in our good folder, and I'm going to create models folder right here, and inside that models folder I'm going to create product class, which will have a namespace up \, models. So let's save this. That product class basically will be a mapping of the class into a database table. So this will have properties which will be columns in the database. So public, for example, integer ID, which by default will be null, and we need to also put a question mark right here, which indicates that the ID property can be optional. It can be actually null. So if I just don't specify that question mark, we're going to have an error that the ID must be an integer, but you can't assign null to it. So when I put question mark, it means that I can assign null to it. So we have to specify public string, which will be the title of the product. Okay, we can set this to null as well and duplicate this a couple of times. We need public string property for description, and we need that property for price, but it should not be string, it should be float. We need also image path. So image path, that's going to be a string, and basically each of them can be null, right? We need question mark right here. And I'm going to create one more property, which will be an array, and that's going to be the uploaded file, so which we're going to pass. So that's going to be image file, so just like this one, and that can also be optional. So now what we need to do, that I'm going to create right here inside the product class a public function load, which will accept the data, and assuming that the data contains all the necessary information, we're going to take out data from that variable data and assign it to the properties of the class. So for example, this ID equals data ID, but if the ID doesn't exist inside the data, let's assign null. This title equals data title, and we know that the title is required, so I'm not going to write the double question mark null right here. So we need this description equals data description, and I'm going to write here also question mark, an empty string. This price equals data price. Okay, and price is also required. And what else? So we have this image file also equals from the data to accept image file, but that can also be optional, and if it is not provided, let's just assume it is a null. And then this image path equals data image, and if that doesn't exist, we can also assume that this is null. Perfect. So we make the data loading, and we need to load data from the product controller. So right here in the product controller, we get the data from the post. So what we need to do is that assign that product title, product description, the post data assigned back into product title, description, and image. And we also have to create an instance of the product. So I'm going to do the following. So I'm going to rename this product variable into product. That should be, oops. So that should be product data. And then I'm going to write product data title equals from the super global post to take the title, and repeat this for description as well, and price, and for image file as well. So image file, product data image file equals from the files super global to take out the image, and if the image is not presented, let's take out the null. So now we just need to create an instance of the product, which we just created, of the product class, which we just created. So product, okay, just like this, and I'm going to call on the product's instance load method and pass the product data. So I basically load everything what I have right now inside that product model. And now I should be able to call simply product save on that product model, and we have to implement that save. And if save is done, then we have to redirect user to the index page. So that should be slash products, just like this, and we can exit right here as well. So let's implement that save. So for this, let's go to the product, and down below I'm going to create function save, and let's declare an array of errors right here, errors, and let's do the validation. So if this title doesn't exist, so we know that we loaded the data into these properties, okay, this title, this description, and so on. So if this title doesn't exist, inside the errors we just add product title is required. So next thing is, if this price is not provided, we just write inside the errors product price is required. And so we also need to actually we need to have a look at the old logic right here. So that's going to be inside validate product. So here we have the validation, then we need also to create the public directory and then upload the image. So let's just take this code and modify. So here we have to create the directory, but let's fix the path. So we are in the products, in the product model, so we need to go one directory back from the product model and go inside the public and create there. Okay, so the next is to, if there are no errors, let's just copy the following code and paste right here and fix everything what needs to be fixed. So the image basically is this image file. So we don't want to create that image variable. Instead, where we use the image variable, we can change this into this image file. So that's going to be this image file. So when we don't want that image. Also, the image path is this image path. So right here, we need to use this image path in this way. So we delete this one, and now we need to use, so this basically is an if statement which checks if the product is in update phase, and if the image basically is already there, we need to just delete that image. So for this we need to write if this image path exists. Okay, let's just delete this image path, but we need to fix that directories as well. Go one directory back right here, go one directory back right here, and right here. So, and we need this image path right here as well. So let's have a look. So we obviously don't have that random string, and we need that function. But except that, I think everything looks good. And what we can also do, return errors from that save. So let's just take the errors and return from here, so that we can use that errors from the inside the controller. So if we go in the controller, and that product save now returns errors, so errors, and we just write an if statement. So if errors is empty, it means that everything worked perfectly and we can redirect user to the index. Otherwise, the errors will be basically passed down to the render view and it will be rendered. So let's see how this works. Inside create PHP, we do display errors, so this should actually work perfectly. So let's refresh and just hit the submit, And we have very first error right here. Typed property price must be float or null and string used. That's obvious because right here from the product controller, everything basically taken out from that is string. So we can cast this into float in this way. So save and refresh, and here we have it. So we have the product title is required, product price is required, but for some reason we don't have product title and product price right here. So let's see why this happens. So we take the product data and pass it down right here. So let's just print what's the product data. A refresh, and this is the product data, which doesn't contain anything. Obviously we haven't passed anything, and that's the reason. So let's just write something, some cool title, hit the enter, and the title contains that, and it is populated. So if I just remove the title and put some price, hit the enter, the price is there, but the title is not there. So if I just put the title as well, test 5, hit the enter, okay, something went wrong. Yeah, basically everything went smoothly except one thing. So the validation worked, so we did saving, but we haven't actually saved that in the database. So we need to do this as well. And let's implement this method in the database PHP. Let's go to the database, and right here down below I'm going to create a function save product, and we accept right here product. Actually we can create separate methods for save product and update product, or we can do just once. So let's call this create product and create separate methods for them. So we have that create product, and that accepts an instance of the product. So I'm gonna copy this script, copy and paste from the public products create, scroll at the top right here, we have that. So copy and paste right here, and we need this PDO, prepare insert into products. Everything looks good, except that we need to provide right here product title, product image path, product description, and product price. So let's use the multiple cursor, product title, and everything like this. Okay, fine. So that should actually already make a record in the database. Let's go to the product, and after we actually save this in the database, we need to call right here, we need to get the database instance, and we need to call create product on that. But how to get the database instance? So we can actually access the database instance through router right here, but we don't have even router right here in the product. So what to do? In the database, we can create a static property right here. So we know that the database instance is a singleton object, and that singleton object is an object which singleton object is an object which exists only one instance of that class. So this is the singleton, and we don't have two instances of the database class, right? So we need to access that singleton through the static property. So I'm going to create public static database DB right here, and inside the constructor, whenever we create this PDO after this, I'm going to call self as a static identifier, self DB equals this. So the instance basically is saved inside the static property DB. Now in the product, I can access database DB in this way, and let's save it in a DB variable. And now I'm going to check if the current product, this product, has ID. This means that we have to update. So I'm going to call on DB update product, which doesn't exist yet, but we're going to create. And I'm going to pass this right there. However, if it doesn't have ID, then I can call create product, and pass this. So that should already work and create product for us. Let's go to the product page, test 5, the description, the price, hit the enter, and we see this test 5. However, we haven't uploaded image and it also doesn't display it properly. We're going to get back to that image, or let's check immediately right here. So why it's not there. So okay, so the image basically is empty string and it should not be even displayed right here. What is displayed? So slash is displayed right here. Okay, so this image tag should not be displayed. Let's have a look in the index PHP and scroll down. Okay, and we need an if statement. So PHP if product image exists, let's display this image tag, otherwise we don't do anything, and we call end if. Save and refresh, and we just don't see an image. Okay, looks good. And let's try one with image uploading. Choose an image, test 6, test with some description, hit the enter, and here we have a problem. That's about calling a random string. So we don't have that random string function, and what we can do is that we can create that functions PHP right here in the good folder and just require once, just like we are requiring autoload right here, or we can do with a more object-oriented fashion. And I'm going to create right here helpers folder, and I'm going to create there probably a string helper. Okay, string helper. That shouldn't be a folder, my bad. That should be class string helper. That should be up \helpers. This is going to be the namespace, or let's just call it utility helper. So util helper. Okay, hit the enter. That util helper is created. I'm going to delete that string helper folder, and inside that util helper, I'm going to create that function. So let's just take this and paste right here. I'm going to make this public static function random string. So now in the product I can just call util helper : random string as a static function, and that should work. Let's just save and reload, and here we see the product with the image, okay, what we just assigned. Now let's see how we can do delete and update. So let's do delete first. It's easier. Let's go to the product controller, scroll down, and right here we need to accept first router. Okay, on the router we need to access to DB, and on the database I would just want to call delete product. So delete product and pass their ID. Let's get the ID using method post. So ID equals, from the superglobal post, let's take the ID. If the ID is not presented there, let's take the null. And if that ID doesn't exist, let's redirect user header to the location :/products. Okay, exit right here, and in the delete product I'm going to pass that ID, and we need to implement that delete product. And whenever the delete product basically happens, we also need to redirect user to the products. So I'm going to put this right here as well, and let's go to the database and implement that delete product right here. Public function delete product, it accepts an ID, and we just need to delete. So I'm going to copy and paste this from public products delete PHP, these 3 lines, perfect. Paste this right here, this PDO. So everything should work. That should delete the product and redirect user to the products list. So let's have a look, refresh, and let's delete a couple of others. And here we have the problem. So we just need to fix that views, products, create, not the create, but we want index. So we just need to fix the path right here. So it should be submitted on /products/delete right here, and we should pass that ID as a hidden input, so that should work. Let's go back and refresh and just click on that test product. Okay, it was successfully deleted. Okay, perfect. And we need to fix right now the update, so /products/update. So I'm writing here /products, which basically means that after the domain I want to this to be the root. So let's remove the .php. So it should be /products/update after the domain. So that's good. So let's just save the file, refresh, and hit the edit, and we see that update page. Now let's go to the product controller and accept a router right here. Router, that should be a router variable, and we get right here an ID from super global get. If that ID doesn't exist, we take null. If the ID exists, more specifically, if the ID doesn't exist, we redirect user to the products page. Let's do this. However, if the ID exists, we either need to render or we need to update. Okay, so first of all, we need to select. So the product data equals router db get product by ID, which doesn't exist yet. So we have to create that. So when we create, we can already render the view router render view, pass there products/update, and pass right there product to be product data. So let's implement that get product by ID in the database. So I'm going to do this at the top right here. Public function get product by ID. We accept the ID and we just want to select that. So I'm going to do this in the update PHP, not here, but right here at the top where it is. This is the code we're looking for. That should be written right here. So that should be this PDO prepare. Okay, and finally we just need to return that product. So this looks good. Now let's actually open that form update right here, and we just need to include the form just like we are doing, but we're doing this in the create PHP, so that form should move inside the form. So right here I'm going to put that form and I'm going to include that form right here, and I'm going to do the same thing in the update because we need the same form. So let's go to the update and include that form right here, and let's have a look. Refresh, and this is our product page. So let's go back. So we need that go back button. Let's copy this from the create. We don't even have on the create. So let's just open that and paste right here, and on update as well. Refresh, go back to products, and we need to change these to be products, just like this. Refresh, go back to products, edit another one, and we see all the information filled up. Go back to Galaxy, and I don't see description. Is that because we don't have? No, we have the description. So now let's do the actual updating of the item, and I think we are done. So let's click the edit, and whenever we change something, the form will be submitted in the product controller, and that should be the place. So right here I'm going to write if the server request method will be post. What we need to do is that just populate title, description, price, and image file inside the product data. So that should be product, that should be title. Actually, we can copy this from the create. So these 4 lines. So we just copy this, paste right here. Then we create an instance of the product. Basically, we need the same thing right here as well. Okay, paste right here. And if that returns error, if that doesn't return error, we redirect to the index. Otherwise, we just display errors, and we need errors to be used right here as well. So here we have that errors, and let's describe the errors at the top as well. So if for some reason I open the edit form, I remove the title and hit the enter, I should see that product title is required. Okay, Galaxy Note 20. I'm going to hit the enter, and let's see what happens. Update product doesn't exist. Obviously, yes, because in the product we have written right here update product, which is not actually implemented. Let's go to the database PHP, and I'm going to create update product, which will accept an instance of the product as product. And let's open update right here, scroll down, and copy the following code and paste this right here. So this PDO, and we prepare and we do everything as we were doing. Just right here we need to specify this, the product title, product image path, description, everything like this. So I'm going to copy and paste this right here, and that should be product ID. Okay, let's just save this and refresh, and let's just try. So updated, hit the enter, and here we see that's updated. So this actually works. So we have implemented everything basically, and now let's have a look at the source code, how it looks and compared to the old one. So right here we have that structure: controllers, helpers, modules, public, vendor, which is right now we don't have any third-party packages, but if we need that third-party packages, this will go inside the vendor. And inside the controller, this is a product controller, which contains all the logic regarding the product. So we can see them as separate methods, and we can even collapse a couple of other methods and focus on the other one, what we are interested, for example, on delete, and collapse everything, and the code will be much more readable and visible. In the views, we have separated inside the create and update. All of them basically are very clean, very minimalistic. The most logic is inside the form and inside the index PHP, but that's just a table and a form, nothing else. But the big advantage is that so we splitted that logic across multiple files, and we have like the single responsibility principle, which means that the database class right here is responsible to set up a connection to the database and update product or delete the product or create the product. And the product PHP itself, a model, is responsible to make the validation properly and return the validation errors and save the uploaded images. And controller is responsible to connect the data, like for example right here, the products data inside the view. So we have a full MVC. So it's like the minimalistic MVC. We don't have all the great features the current frameworks have, but we have models, views, and controllers, all of them. And our CRUD application, in my opinion, is much more like advanced and much more like perfect than it was in beta or in bed examples. Again, this is not probably the best version, but it's much better than we had before. And it's not best version because, again, I will highlight that if you want best version, probably you should think about using today's modern popular frameworks like Laravel, Symfony E2, and others. Now, let's create Apache virtual host and make our application working on the following domain, products.test. So whenever we type this in URL, we should see our products CRUD application. For this, we need to go to the XAMPP installation directory, go to Apache conf extra, and we're going to open httpd vhosts.conf file. So I'm going to open this, and that's the file which contains all the virtual hosts on our XAMPP installation. And down below, if we scroll down below, we should see virtual host tags. So it looks like the XML or HTML tags. So and right here, we just need to create new virtual host. I'm going to copy and paste this. And we don't need all the properties right here. I'm just going to leave document root. I don't want server admin. We need document root. We need server name, and I don't even need error log and custom log. So I'm going to remove the comments right here. And the only thing we need is that htdocs directory to be configured properly. Okay, so in this case, we need to specify right here the folder inside which the index.php file is, and which should be the entry script. So if we just open our XAMPP directory, go to htdocs, PHP crash course, let's go to products CRUD, go to the good solution and public. So this is the directory basically which should be served for that virtual host. So I'm going to paste this directory right here. And for the virtual host, I'm going to name it products CRUD, products.test. Okay, that should be the virtual host name. And right here, we also need to specify the directory tag. So I'm going to copy and paste the following directory tag and explain everything. Okay, so this is the directory tag. So we specified the same path right here inside the directory, and for that directory we enable a rewrite engine, which means that everything what is not a file, what is not a directory, redirect to index.php. So index.php will handle all the requests if the request is not made for the file and for the directory. So now let's go to Windows folder. On the C drive, Windows, let's find System32 folder. Right here we need drivers, etc, and we need to open hosts file. And we need to make one change right here to make this virtual host working. So we need to write that whenever we ask for products.test domain, we should serve from local IP address, which is 127.0.0.1. Okay, that should be the IP. Let's just save this. So we cannot save until we retry this as admin. I'm going to click that button. It will need a couple of seconds. Yes, and the file was actually saved. But because we changed the virtual host file, we need to restart Apache. So let's go to the XAMPP installation, go to actually scroll down and open XM control, stop this. We need to accept that and start that. So after this, let's just check if that domain works fine. So we refresh, and here is our products CRUD application up and running on that domain. However, we made some bug while we were developing, and I didn't tell you about this, and now it's time to fix that bug. So now if I just click on create product, I still stay on the product list page. The URL basically changes, but I'm still on the product list page. And why does this happen? Let's have a look in the source code. So the bug basically is inside router PHP. So right here, when we take the current URL from the path info, that path info only exists when we start PHP's built-in server. So if we start the application working using Apache's virtual host, in this case this actually doesn't work, and that's why we have that problem. So to fix this, we need to change how we actually get the current URL. So again, let's dump right here what's the current super global server and exit right here and have a look. Refresh, and this is. So let's search for products/create, products/create, and down below we have that redirect URL. And we don't actually have that path info as I mentioned. So we need to take that from the redirect URL. However, there is one thing to notice. So if we just specify right here query parameters, for example, ID corresponds to something. In this case, a redirect URL contains, where's that? Not the redirect URL, it's my bad. So we want, let's search for products, how does it called? Products request URI. So this is what we are looking for. So request URI. And if we just specify right here, ID equals to some number, in this case, this request URI contains that ID as well. So it's right here, request URI. So we just need to extract that products/create and just take that before the question mark to make this working. Okay, so let's go to the source code and take request URI, and if it doesn't exist, we take the slash. However, we need right here to take that the substring from 0 position until the question mark. Okay, so we just write if strpose inside that current URL of the question mark is not false, which means that if the current URL contains the question mark, in this case, the current URL should become substring of the current URL from 0 position to the position of the question mark, okay, which is the strpose current URL of question mark. Okay, so let's have a look at that current URL and exit right here. And we don't want exit, right at the top. So let's just save and refresh, and that's the products create. So even though we have the question mark right here, we took it correctly. So let's just remove this, refresh, and we have slash right now. So if I just remove this exit and we updated the current URL, save that and refresh, we see list. If I click create product, I am redirected to the create new product page, and this will work fine. So we just set up the Apache virtual hosts. Okay, let's talk about now sessions and cookies. Sessions and cookies both are technique to save some data for that specific user who is accessing the browser. But there is one big difference between sessions and cookies. So if you want to save data inside session, the data is saved on the server side. However, if you want to save data in cookies, that data is saved on the client side, and the data basically is passed to every request and response, and using that cookies data, server and client can communicate to each other. Let's start a session in PHP. So I'm going to use a function session start. Session underscore start. And now let's open sessions and cookies page counter. Okay, and I'm going to inspect the page, and let's have a look in the application cookies area. Okay, let me enlarge this. So right here we see PHP sesh ID. Whenever we start session from the PHP, this basically creates that session ID. So because we called that session start, it created that session ID and saved inside cookie. Basically, server told the browser, okay, so let's start communication with each other, and I'm going to give you that unique identifier PHP session ID, this random string, and whenever next time you want to make requests to me, so basically send the following session ID so that I know who you are. So if we have a look in the network, and if I just refresh the page, right here, the client makes requests on that page counter, right? So if I go in the headers, in the cookies area, right here we see that the following cookies are passed. And based on that session ID, server can understand that, hey, this is the same user who made a request like several seconds ago, so I just need to do something which is relevant to that user. So sessions very often are used to save like the user information, the user ID or username or things like that. So let's actually implement a page counter. Okay, so I want to track how many visits the user made on that page, and then if the user, for example, visited 10 times or 100 times, I'm gonna like show some present for that user. So this is just a sample mini project. Okay, how to do this? First of all, I'm going to show you also that that session ID can be used in the code as well. Okay, so I'm going to print right here session underscore ID. Okay, and this is this same ID which is written in the cookie. So I'm going to refresh the page, and right here we see that Q0B something. If you go in the application, we see the exact same one. So if I just delete that value from cookie and refresh the page, the server basically will see that there is no session ID in cookie, so it will create new one. Okay, and right here we see the new one, and right here as well. Okay, let's see how we can set some things in the cookie. So for this, we need to use super global variable underscore session. And that session is associative array. And I can pass some values right here. I can write name equals Zura. And then I can dump the whole session. Not server, but session. Save that and refresh. And right here, we see name equals Zura. Right now, even if I remove that name equals Zura, save that and refresh, I still see that name equals Zura. So that's because once it is saved in the session, it is not deleted until we delete that session ID and lost the connection between the client and the server, or we just manually remove that value. Okay, perfect. So if I want to manually remove that value from the session, I'm going to run unset. I'm going to pass session name. So let's remove whatever is written inside session name. So I just save that and refresh the page. And on second refresh, it basically disappears. Or I can run a method session unset, which basically removes all the values from session. So let's create that page counter I told you. So I'm going to write here, so let's remove the session ID. I'm going to write here inside the session for page counter, I'm going to do the following. So if inside the session page counter already exists, and for the first execution we know for sure that it won't exist, okay, so if it won't exist, let's take 0. But if the page counter exists inside the session, let's leave whatever is there. And after this, I'm going to increase the page counter by 1. Page counter plus plus. So on the first visit, this doesn't exist, so 0 will be assigned to page counter and it will be increased and will become 1. On the next visit, page counter will exist inside the session and it will be just increased. So I should also tell you that you should run session start as a very first thing in your application. So you shouldn't output your HTML or do anything else except like running session start. So when I do this, then we need to check if session page counter reaches 10, we do the following. So we can output something, thanks for visiting us 10 times. And we can also unset everything from session, and we can even destroy the session. Session destroy. Okay, so session unset basically removes all the values from the session, but it doesn't destroy the session. So you can still set some values after session unset. So I can run here session test corresponds to something. So session unset just removes, but I can still write values there. For if I just run session destroy, it is impossible after session destroy to set some values inside the session. Okay, so I save this and I refresh the page, and let's also print how many times I visited. So down below I'm going to write my awesome page, comma, visited PHP echo session page counter times. Save and refresh, and look at this. So visited 2 times. I'm going to keep refreshing, and that one increases. So if I just delete that session ID, this means that now server doesn't know who the client is. So the client is new for server, and in this case the page counter will be just not set and it will take 0. Okay, so refresh, and now I visited the very first time, second, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, and right here, so we see the following. So thanks for visiting 10 times, but because we unset the session, we actually don't see that page counter anymore. So what we can do is that just remove this page counter and have a variable right here, page counter equals 0, for example, and before we call unset, we take that page counter from the session and save it in a variable and use that variable down below. So that is necessary because whenever we call unset, the values from the session is destroyed and we cannot use session counter anymore. So we just save that and refresh, and here we see visited 0 times, and let's see what's going on. Okay, that should not be declared right here. So we should do probably something like this. So page counter equals, if from the session page counter exists, let's take, otherwise let's take 0. So save and refresh, and here we see 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and we see that thanks for visiting us 10 times. Perfect. If I just refresh, it starts from 1 again. So very often sessions are used with cookies, and this is the example. So let's move on and talk about cookies. So I'm going to open on the left side second file, cookies PHP, and on the right side as well. So cookies are absolutely useful in today's programming, in today's web development, and cookies are used mainly for 3 reasons. personalization, session management, and tracking. So what do I mean by personalization? So you have probably met that when you access Amazon.com and you just start browsing the latest Dell laptops, for example, and even though that you are not authorized, you're just a guest user, open it in like a different browser, and you just start browsing, just having a look at the Dell laptops. Later, when you open the Amazon, it suggests you a couple of Dell laptops. So that basically happens through cookies. So whatever item you visit, Amazon saves that information inside the cookie, and the cookie is saved in your browser. And next time when you access the same website, it takes the values from the cookies, sends it to the server, and server understands what products you have seen before, and based on that information it suggests you new items. Okay, another example of using a cookie is Google Analytics, so which tracks how many pages you visited, which pages you visit. It has also a possibility to keep track which buttons you clicked and so on, and these kind of things are done using cookies. And the third one is session management, and this is the perfect example which I showed to you about sessions. So sessions are basically very often used with cookies, and yeah, PHP sesh ID is saved in the cookies. Okay, let's see how we can create values in cookies or delete or update that values. So for this we have a function set cookie. And that set cookie accepts a couple of arguments right here. First argument is the name. So we can pass any string right here, some key. And the second argument is the value. We can pass some value right here. The third argument is basically the expiration date. So when that cookie value should expire. And I'm going to specify right here now on current time plus, for example, 60 seconds. So this cookie value should expire in 60 seconds from now. So there are a couple of other arguments, but I'm not going to explain them. So when I save this and refresh, and let's inspect the page and go in application cookies, right here we see that key corresponds to value. So that PHP sesh ID basically is left because we previously accessed the sessions page. So if I just delete both of them, refresh the page, it will create that key value, okay, which will have the expiration date the following date. Okay, what if I want to update the value? So for this, I'm going to use the same function, set cookie. I'm going to specify the same key but different value. Value updated, for example. And if you want, we can specify also different expiration date, for example after 1 hour. Excuse me. Okay, just like this. Save and refresh, and right here we see value updated. And if we have a look in the requests in the network, refresh and click on this, if we go in the cookies, we see right here that these are request cookies which are sent to the server, and these are response cookies which are sent from the server. So this is how this actually works. So the cookies are exchanged between client and the server. So the server can write cookies, client can write cookies. You can write cookies using JavaScript as well. Okay, and let's see how we can actually remove the cookie. For this, we just need to specify, we need to pass the same key. The value basically does not matter, but we need to specify past time. So current time -1, for example, which is the past time. So if I just save this and refresh it, go to the application, we don't see that cookie value anymore. And if I go in the network, right here we pass the cookie from in the request, this was the cookie, and in the response it deleted that cookie, the latest record. So if I just refresh this and click on this, so basically request cookies does not exist. I didn't pass any cookie because there was nothing written there, but the server just had returned with deleted cookie. So these basically occur all of them. So server just set the cookie value, and then updated that value and then deleted that value. So if I just do like this, so set cookie, refresh the page, refresh once again, and the request cookie contains this one. So now I'm going to delete that set cookie and only delete the cookie. So save and refresh. And right here we see that we passed that value, but server basically deleted that cookie. And we don't see that in the application as well. So if I just uncomment this, comment out this, save and refresh, so no cookies, let's go to the network, no cookies were passed or received. That's all basically about cookies and sessions. That's all guys, and thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed, and if so, hit the like button and share this video. If you want more PHP tutorials and challenges, check out my channel. Thanks for watching and see you in the next time.